Hey, J-Bo Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester, the court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case. All right, there we are. Still can't see us. Still can't see us.
Let's get
All
this.
right, hold on, everybody. Hold on.
Got it.
There we go. Hey, there we went.
Peekaboo.
So we're here. Hey, there we are. Morning, Jay.
Good morning.
How are you, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. And welcome, everybody. Welcome back. For day 29, right? I think I had it mistyped in my little promo. I think I had it as 28. I switched it this morning. So big day yesterday, right? We had Dr. Scorty Bello come on. We had the controversial voicemails of angry Karen screaming at John that he's a fucking pervert. And we pretty much, from what Allie tells me, they wrapped up they were just about to wrap up court like right after I left. So right after I dipped out. So I didn't miss much, which is good. And look, today we're going to get the balance of the direct. We're going to get the cross. It looks like by Miss Little, if there's going to be any. And then we're going to get the motion for directed verdicts.
Well, Bob, something occurred to me that they haven't done, which they made a big deal about pre-trial.
Okay.
And I think was approved. They have not brought in that Dateline interview. They talked about that or whatever she was on. I thought that was going to be a thing that they were introducing in this trial. And they haven't brought that in.
You might be right. I'm trying to think of how they get it in, what witness they put on to get it in. That'll be interesting because they have to lay a foundation, even though
they're just punting it, or they just decide they're not going to use it. I don't know.
Well, if I'm Lally, it's a pretty powerful way to end the case in chief. She's basically making an admission on there. So, like, if I'm Lally, I agree. I'm like, that's how I'm trying to wrap this thing up. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. To see that get up there, but if he does, it'll be interesting to see who he gets to put it up. I don't know who's, maybe one of our learned subs or viewers can let us know who's left on their witness list. Just by reason of deduction, by way of deduction, we should be able to figure out who, if anybody's left after Scorty Bello. Because somebody has to get it on. You know what I mean? They can't just put it into evidence. Somebody's got to be up there testifying. They have to authenticate it and, then get it into evidence. So maybe it comes in, maybe it doesn't. It's a fascinating point that you bring up, though. I'll tell you that. And it really would be an effective way to end his case in chief. So we'll see. Or maybe he's saving it for rebuttal, that's another possibility.
Right.
Maybe he lets them put on their thing, and they're like, oh, see, everything that those guys just said was bullshit. And then he says, why don't we hear, Karen didn't testify, but fortunately we heard from her because she did an interview on Dateline, and then he plays it.
Oh, that's a good move. That would be a good move.
You know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. But
at the very least, you're right. There's probably going to be the defense is going to start today. They're going to make their motion for a directed verdict, which is going to be very interesting. We'll see what happens there.
Yes. And at 11 a.m., Joe Scott's coming on. I was trying to get him for the whole day, but he's recording two episodes of Body Bag. So I knew going in he was going to be. I'm going to try to keep him as long as I can, though. But he's got. So I'm super excited about that. So 11 a.m. my time. So he should be coming in. They might be done with Scorty Bello, but as you suggested yesterday, what we'll do is we'll obviously we'll pause it and we'll talk to him about some of the things that we thought needed some clarification. or may need clarification. I'm still not so sure that they're even going to cross her. Like, I don't know that she really hurt the defense at all, to be honest with you, and I think if you cross her and you kind of like give Lally a heads up, like he can then try to turn around on redirect and somehow try to, fix it.
I mean,
So
the fact that it's little means to me that either they're not going to, or it's going to be very limited. That it's
right,
not Yannetti or Jackson doing it.
right, exactly. I mean, because look, the bottom line is they have their own two pathologists they're putting up there. So, I mean, for that purpose, I don't know, but beyond that, I just don't think that she's harmed them. I don't. I mean, she never said those magic words, man. She's like never said the thing that Judge Bev was given, that sweet old Dr. Ruth type doctor that they put up there, Marie Russell, with like where she's stated where she was a little stuck on it, and she's like, with a reasonable, or she was going to say a high degree of medical certainty, I believe that blah 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 blah. Like, we haven't heard Scorty Bello say that. Maybe that's going to be the last thing he has her say, but I mean, we have not heard her even mention a motor vehicle accident. And again, for the purposes of a jury, like, that's what they're going to care about. They're not going to care about the inner workings of the law. They're going to be like, all right, well, their doctor didn't say that she was hit by a car, that in her opinion that she was, that John was struck by a vehicle. So we'll see how it plays out, man. It's all fascinating, but it's been a grueling trip down.
It sure has. It is.
But I think we've done well with it, man. And it's been a lot of fun. So let me, I'm sure Jay's keeping an eye on it per usual. Per usual, am now just pulling it up.
Yep, I got an eye on it. Interesting, their little promo says that at 11 Eastern, there's a Rust movie shooting hearing, which may be the next case that we cover. So we'll have to. That's in July though, so that we got a little while for that. But
yeah. There's I'm trying to, like, Sarah Boone. I mean, she keeps firing lawyers, but I mean,
she's never going. I feel like it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an interesting one, man, for certain.
Oh yeah.
That's the one where she's played hide and go seek with her boyfriend.
Yeah,
puts
dude.
him in the luggage. I mean,
and I feel like with her, there's like 0.0 point chance that she doesn't testify. She's gonna want to get up there and talk. She is she's nutty.
Yeah, no doubt. The one that I'm really, really, really waiting for, that is going to pick up a huge amount of steam, is going to be Corey Richins, whenever that thing goes. Have you know a little bit about Corey Richins?
Yeah. I know that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's the one I'm telling you, man. That's got all the Adelson type vibes, where you've got this white, maybe with even a little more creepiness in the sense that she then goes and writes this children's book, to help her children grieve of the loss of her father, or their father. I don't know. Let's see.
Well, and she does it directly. Shayna Gardner is even more Adelson vibes, where that's another big one where they hire a hitman to kill them. I mean, that one is I mean,
that one is that one's almost like in lockstep.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's religious issues. There's a new boyfriend. It's there's a lot there.
Yeah, there is. All right, let me see. So hello, beautiful humans. How you guys doing? We've been ignoring you. Man, Jay Shiraz came in hot.
Always give
20.
Wow, thank you.
Get the memberships right off the, she was like, you know what? I'm gonna do 10 right off the bat. And then 5 minutes later, she's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna do 5 more. And then another, like, I don't know, 25 minutes later, she's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna do 5 more for 20 total. Shiraz, you're amazing. thank you so much for your generosity always. You're an always giver. And family hugs. So many 20 family hugs we have to give out there, Jay.
Amazing.
So and you know, everybody that I'm sure was the beneficiary of that is thankful as well. So thank you so much. And of course, thank you for your modding. Best mods in the business. Best mods in the business. So all right, man.
I was just gonna say, speaking of family hugs, I saw the fam coming out strong in STS to support Allie. So thank you guys for being there and supporting Allie.
Yes, big time strong. I was like, that chat was like our shit.
I saw a lot of people that we knew.
Yeah, we had a lot of folks in there. It did us proud, man. It did us proud. I was lurking in there, you know, chatting a little bit. I had to bring Scout to a hitting lesson like towards the back end of it. But yeah, I was super proud of our people to be in there and giving the love, man. That's awesome. So awesome. So what are you thinking, man? All right. Like the defense is definitely going to make the motion for directed finding and just kind of like an overview of that. Essentially, that's what they're saying is that during the states or the Commonwealth's case in chief, that they have not met the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt by proving beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of all the crimes that she's been charged with. Now, I'm only going to concern ourselves with the manslaughter, along with, you know, her driving under the influence, and then the second degree murder. Now, the lens in which the judge must look at it is through the lens most favorable to the state. So she, like, if she's got to give a benefit of the doubt to anything or to anybody, she gives it to the state for the purposes of that motion. So, you know, like I've pretty much said my feelings on it. I think
I agree with you. You know, I don't think I think it's there's no way she's gonna get convicted of murder. If there's a part of it that's intentional, obviously there's nothing to me that's really shown. I mean, angry voicemails aren't like someone plotting a murder, in my opinion. So but if you have to give the benefit of the doubt, I guess that could be, that there's some sort of motive that she's leaving. I guess. I mean, you know better than me, but I tend to agree with you. While it seems like she probably should get rid of murder, she probably won't. But
yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. You know, I think that there's what she should do. And again, I'm going to restate this. And I know that we've got people in our chat that think that Judge Bev has been, you know, she's biased. I don't think so. I think that she has been an excellent gatekeeper in this trial. I think that she has done everything in her power to make sure that the defense has gotten a fair shake here. Like, I think if you were to ask Yannetti and Jackson, who are the guys trying this case, that they would say the same thing, you know, which would shut down a lot of the bias bullshit. You know, I mean, look, judges, it's a tough gig up there, you know, but they are the gatekeeper of the evidence. They're the gatekeeper of what's getting in and what's staying out. And in terms of, you know, what she's allowed in, I'm hard pressed to think of anything that the defense has wanted to get in that she is not in some way, shape, or form allowed in. So, you know, I think, what's up, Cabo? Cabo's in the house. Hope your mom's doing well.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that she is, because you've been on the Twitter spheres, like out there, the X sphere or whatever you want to call it. So we hope your mommy's doing okay. And just hoping that she has a speedy recovery. Let's see. I saw a couple questions. Oh man, Jay, Stephanie Sweedler coming through 10 gifted DD memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mia Beto coming through with a gifted DD. You guys are so sweet. Coming in hot this morning. Love that. Love when you get the love before court even starts. That's good. That's good. So yeah, we'll have to try to figure out when Joe Scott comes on. If you guys in the chat, make sure remember he's going to be jumping on him. If he finishes recording his 2 episodes a little earlier, He'll probably hop on, or I told him to hop on as soon as he can get on. But for you guys, if you have specific questions when it's getting closer to, like 11 o'clock, say 10:30, 10:45, if you've got questions that you really want him to be able to answer, shoot them to us. Our mods and Jay and I will try to star them so that we can ask them, because we want you guys to be able to get the answers that you want as well. Not just Jay and I asking questions. So we'll try to make it as interactive as possible. But I'm excited about him coming on. He's a really bright guy, super nice guy too. I think I first met him a couple of years ago at CrimeCon, and then we were both at the Othram Labs tour. And I had told him then, I'm like, oh man, I got to get you on. He's like, you got it, Bubba. He's Southern, man. He's got that Southern thing. So he's if you guys aren't familiar with Joe Scott, you're gonna love him. You're gonna love him. He's got kind of a Dr. Kenny Kinsey, like he's got that same kind of vibe, like just a Southern doctor who super friendly, knows his shit, except I think Joe's probably got a better voice. He's got one of those podcast voice.
He definitely does.
He's a big podcast voice dude. So, all right, what else we got? We're keeping an eye. Nothing's going on yet. So I want to talk a little bit about these voicemails, man. We've had a night to sleep on it. Allie was talking about it quite a bit on STS last night. And I agree with her. If in fact we had that third to last or second to last, the 5:23 a.m., if that thing is her kind of calling out to John while she's driving by him, how does that change the equation, man?
The issue is it's so hard to decipher what that she like I posted a vid, I slowed it down, I made it louder, and I couldn't. I got the headphones on, I can't fucking figure it out. I posted it, I got a bunch of people with different. There's just no way to say for sure.
Indecipherable. It really is. And when you have a situation, the thing's going to speak for itself, which I'm sure in the pre-trial hearings, that the audio on that was discussed, and Judge Bev sitting up there, and again, I'm going to tell you, man, like, she's a good judge. She said, like, I'm going to allow it to play because it's Karen, and the jury's going to make what they will of it. All right, we got some action.
Oh, here we go.
We've got action.
Can't believe the state is going to rest today. It's been a long, strange trip it's been, some would say.
For real. All right.
Do you have the audio on, by the way?
Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, shit.
Just make sure it's on. Is it on? Because it starts muted sometimes, like on long cry.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I think so. Hold on. Let me pause it. I should definitely have it on. Let me exit full screen. I might have to pull it off and pull it back on. Yeah, it's definitely. Let me unshare it and then pull it back up, because it's never on toggled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's always toggled for sound. Okay. All right. If I can't figure it out, you'll have to pull it up.
Don't worry, guys. It hasn't, like, nothing started yet. We'll get this going for you.
Toggle. Okay. All right. Let's see if we go. Yeah, we got to pause. She's asking the 3 questions, like the wise men type shit. 3 questions for you. All right. Let's see. Is that better?
Yep.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to find this?
So now we have the advantage of skipping past the 3 questions.
Thank you, Ann P, for the Venmo, $10. Thank you so much, Ann P.
Oh, Luna's mom, new member. Oh,
Nice.
family hug. And M, oh, family hug. Jen, new member. Her thing must run out because she's OG. She's been around forever. And a mod. Thanks,
Yeah.
Jen. Aw. LS. Nice. Gifted 5.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning,
Thank
Doctor.
you.
Good morning.
Thank you guys so much.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Scortybell, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included within that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside. Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information. Again, depending on the case.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
Was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done, because investigations sometimes take some time. So in the days and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened? Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
Now, Doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
Which is a lower burden than
Yes.
beyond a reasonable doubt, just so you know. I mean, she's definitely not on the payroll. If you're to believe the whole conspiracy thing, like she is.
Doctor, I'm showing you 5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Lordy Bella, she's a nice Italian
Yes, I
gal.
do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize
sure. Good
these
question.
as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes and next exhibits.
Ms. Little?
No objection, thank you.
By the way, I got a $10 Venmo from Drenda because it's my birthday tomorrow. Love you guys. Thank you,
Oh,
Drenda. Have a happy
what?
birthday.
You son of a bitch! You're lucky you told me that. I was out of flown out to New York, beat your ass.
No, Drenda's birthday. Drenda's
Oh, God damn it, Jay! I thought it was yours. Trenda, happy birthday! I was like, what? It's like, wait. I was like, you're gonna get a flood of.
mine is Sunday, actually.
Wait, this Sunday?
Yes, Drenda's is tomorrow. Mine's Sunday.
Oh man, that's amazing. Sorry, I missed that. Did you say that at some point?
Thank you very much.
Jay, it's a national holiday. Joey Jack.
Your Honor, may I
What's up,
have a moment? I
Joe?
just want to make sure they're in the
Yes.
right order.
Susan, beyond that, I don't know that there needs to be much more.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I mean, it's possible
Your Honor,
maybe
before
Proctor
submission, we have
deletes the
publicly
ring
adjourned.
cam video.
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Gentlemen, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about.
Yes, so first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator, adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2857. Now, doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as Exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what if any role will that play as far as your determination, as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 286. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum or the dorsal aspect of the hand as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 265. And Dr. Sportibello, if you could, again, using the ways to point and direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you notes in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just repeat it and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observe in this one.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Saying, Dr. Sportibello, if we could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, significance you observe.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm just gonna need to take that.
Yeah, Jay's got some kind of cool camo shirt on. He's got a floating head today.
Now, Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, is that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object's injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head and leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, right?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object's possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection. Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe, no.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection. Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything,
This case is over. Are they kidding me right now?
injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible. Yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your exam?
Objection. I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the thickness of the skull bone, what if any significance, or what if anything you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Objection.
Overruled.
I would consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
I have a moment. I'd like to withdraw my case now because my expert said this doesn't look like a pedestrian hit. Oh, man. Are you kidding me?
Jesus.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no
Belly is
questions.
fucked.
Right? Cross-examination?
Wow. Wow.
Good morning, Dr. Spartibello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you've testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
Claws. Wow.
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No,
No injuries to his back.
no,
No injuries to his hips.
correct,
No injuries to his pelvis.
correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no,
No injuries to his knees.
correct,
No injuries to his shins.
correct,
No injuries to his ankles.
correct,
No injuries to his feet.
correct,
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
that's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees, is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. At a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Bullshit.
Down, ask it differently.
She was waiting
Would
for
you
the
Get it
agree
in,
that John
get it in,
O'Keefe's
little.
injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, God damn it.
I mean, that's what Trooper
The
Paul said.
hypothetical.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Sure.
Argue it in. It's what that is what their theory is. That's what they put into evidence by their one and only accident reconstruction witness. The great
This is
Trooper
over.
Paul.
Are
Dude,
you
this is
are you kidding me?
How does Morrissey allow for this case to get tried? Like, this woman is unflappable. She's not selling her shit down the river so they can get a verdict on this thing. She's just not doing it. She's got integrity. She's gonna I have so much respect for her. Did you see that when he started asking the questions, she closes her eyes? Like, she closed her eyes for like an extent, like 5, 6, 7 seconds, and like takes a drink of water.
You are unmuted.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Right. She's nailing her because she's asking compound questions.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
There you go.
You observed no significant bruising,
Correct.
no fractures,
Correct.
and no broken bones.
Correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2. Yes.
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
Correct.
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
Correct.
no matter how small.
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. That's
Correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
While she sews, I gotta thank Lisa Dempsey, who got me on Amazon this cool HD dash cam, which I think I'm going to use for when I go to like garage sales on my thrifting channel. Thank you so much, Lisa Dempsey.
Cool. That's awesome.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Welcome, Juror 13. Hello, Chicagoan.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed in his face? I'd like
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the two abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Babe, you been listening?
You can take that down, Mr.
Case
Bates.
is over.
Thank you.
It's over, Johnny.
Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had
we're
a
done.
significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
I was thinking the same thing
You
yesterday.
described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury as opposed to confluent where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay. She's doing a good job.
Who, Little?
Yep.
She is.
And these are sort of
He had a
the
few compounds
linear wounds
early.
you're referring to.
I heard that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear taillight at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By a
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
Well, wait, I think she just
By a
said
smooth
smooth.
rear
No.
taillight, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's what she just said.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
Miss Little is a refreshing temperament change for the jury, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's very pleasant.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
Demeanor change.
From all the dudes, all the dudes.
All the dudes. Anything's refreshing from Lolly's monotone nonsense.
Objection. Objection.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lally.
Oh, I forgot my coffee in the car.
Give me one.
Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next morning?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Welcome, Chelsea. Francesca, who sent I think both of us Venmos. First of all, thank you so much. She sent a $10 Venmo. I think she sent one to you, Bob, but she said, welcome, my little sister, Chelsea. I got her into this case and she is watching. So welcome, Chelsea, and thank you for the Venmo.
Welcome.
As well as welcome. Tony Bailey sent me a $20 happy early birthday. Thank you, Tony. Angela, you're that totally appreciate you, Jay. Keep holding that mic. Yeah, I don't know why I do this. I always do it and giving us
You're gonna
jokes.
get carpal tunnel though, so I'm gonna have to break you of it.
If I don't already have it from being a fucking drone,
It's gonna be your hand soon.
Thank you, Angela. And then Herxie sent the $20 Venmo. Happy birthday, Bo.
I had a beautiful flood of Venmos coming in too.
Yeah, dude.
And paid a beautiful $10. Defense Diaries Pod. Shannon, $20. Thank you. Francesca, $10. Dog car versus car. $10 hollow. Thank you. Angela, $10 hollow. Thanks for all you do. Best chat in the land, no doubt. Bear down. Ooh. Denise K paid $25. Love your content. You and Jay are the best. Keep doing what you do. Thanks. Thank you so much. And Lisa D paid $10. I love the dynamic of you and Jay together. Trial stream by day, Defense Diaries pod by night. Thank you so much.
Thank
Lisa,
you guys.
That.
I also have a super kind message that I don't know if I have enough time. This is from Next Chapter, who's in the chat, who says, I just had to message you and say thank you. I can't always comment while listening to the trials, but I do listen on replay. I don't know if you're aware, I went out on disability before COVID even hit us, and then my health issues got worse, epilepsy and other diagnoses. Currently, I spend my mornings at physical therapy, and that's where you guys come in. Shannon, Bob, Allie are always in my left ear, whether I am listening to the live or catching up on something. Today, an older gentleman at physical therapy said to me, I don't know what motivational speaker you are listening to while you are in here, but you are always smiling and laughing to yourself over there. And that's the truth. So thank you for writing.
Man, that gave me goosebumps, dude.
Thank you, Next Chapter.
Awesome. Thank you, Next Chapter. God, man.
That means everything. It means everything.
Dude.
I'm crying up
here. God, me too. We're such big criers. Allie's not a big crier. I'm a huge crier, though.
I mean, I'm a
Mess.
crier too. It's
You're
just
not a crier.
things.
Jay and I are criers. You're no crier. Like, but there's no shame in that game. Objection. I hate this case. Objection.
Boy. Oh, they're gonna give her some tips. Like, well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
name here. She'll need you, Jackson. Back
Permission to
up.
publish.
Well, we need to mark it first. So we'll mark it for
She's got it well in hand.
and then when it's appropriate, it will be transferred to being an exhibit, but
Unsettling.
White
yes,
wall.
The
publish.
white wall is
All
unsettling.
set to be
What are you
published
something
appropriately.
behind me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Closet is set.
The triple and front end.
I don't know if Bob let everybody know, but I am at our son's house. No baby here. They are visiting. They're visiting the mother's side of the family,
Well, Brian's firefighting.
and Brian's firefighting
Yeah.
or waiting to firefight. So this is what we got: white wall. So I hate it. Trust me.
Wait, isn't there somewhere else you get? You didn't bring the ring light. I saw it sitting on the counter over here.
I couldn't figure. Just it is what it is. But I don't know another. No, there's not another place to sit. They're fairly new here, and all the walls are white.
What?
Is there an unwhite wall? There's not even a picture hanging.
What? Where are you sitting at the? Are you sitting at the table?
Yeah, the kitchen table.
What happens if you flip to the other side? Can't you see like the living room at least? There's got to be a way where you can see another part of the room, right? Like, yeah, it looks like you're on a jail call. That's what I kind of feel like. I feel like I'm calling one of our clients and they're on a jail call. All right, Allie.
You could put like
All right, let's get back to this. Enough shenanigans. All right, let's go.
Okay.
You can do the blip blip, Bob, as I
Oh, yeah.
always say, the blip blip.
That one of the bruises.
God damn it,
Pretty
Jay,
well,
so you
you
made me
indicated
miss.
on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we
on-
take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
abrasions on his nose. Yes, Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
correct.
You notice a laceration to his tongue.
Yes,
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand,
correct,
the injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
Wow.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Break them all
Are
down.
those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
She wants you to break it down. Each one and then say, and taken together, do they are, you know, they are.
Hey, wow, just for the record, that is not what our son's house looks like. That's fabulous. Look at that grand piano. It's amazing. So had a flood of love coming in, Jay. Angela, Allie and I have one pot. So when you send a Venmo to me, it goes right into her pocket.
Yes, thank you.
So we're a one pot family. That's how we roll. Okay, let's see. T-Dub. Anybody else wonder if anyone in John O'Keefe's family has ever reached the what the fuck is going on stage? I wonder it all the time, T-Dub, like all the time. Surely by now they had a minimum have doubt that Karen Reed hit him. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I always wonder that. I always wonder that.
I think you're definitely thinking
You are
what's
unmuted.
going on.
I mean, you have to be. Jay is the town
Shifting gears for
crier.
a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Oh. Should have told her to bring
Do you
them.
recall? what
Luckily,
was
I
depicted
do.
In those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seem to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
Yes.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered
Being
multiple
honest.
injuries to the front of his face.
She's
as well.
super. She's got so much
Correct.
integrity, this woman.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
I wish she'd asked, she could have lost
And you
balance.
testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
It could have been downstairs.
In your expert medical opinion,
Maybe not.
is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
Wow.
I mean, I saw Mike Tyson do it a bunch of times.
All right. Judge, you just sua sponte. I dismiss this case.
Usually, when you punch somebody in the face, knock them out, they fall forward, though, not backwards. I mean, you'd really have to knock a dude. That would have to be like a Tyson.
Jeez,
I
blow.
think that's
Yes,
what we're just doing,
yeah.
Your Honor.
We're going to leave it at that, babe.
Allie is dog sitting.
Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
I wish she'd ask if you could slip hard enough on a icy, slippery surface to bang your head.
It's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
Do you see that? Ask a question.
We have just one yard.
Mm.
Yes.
It's gonna need you to ask blah 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 blah.
Juror 13, I'm assuming you're talking about firefighters. Our son's, he just passed his probation period. He's up in Countryside Fire Protection District, up in Vernon Hills, Long Grove, great area up there. And they
I'd like
don't
to
get a
show
bunch
you
of
what's been
fire.
previously marked as People's Exhibit 648. Ms. Gilman, would it be, Mr. Bates, could you take that down?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is she, three weeks old now, babe?
What?
Is she 3 weeks? Almost a month?
Yeah, almost a month. Or a month. Yeah, a month.
Dr.
Almost.
Spriegel, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes,
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
yes.
What is that?
That is livor,
Lividity?
lividity. Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what lividity is?
Yes, lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
Just making sure the jury
So
doesn't.
even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
Very important
Thank you.
question. Well
No further
done.
questions.
Well
Okay,
done.
the lights, please. Thank you.
Pause it, Meg.
Mr. Lally?
Okay.
So even though the witness testified to all the injuries and what the injuries were, Ms. Little wanted to make sure, the defense team wanted to make sure that the jury, when they're back there looking at those, don't consider that to be a bruise to the body. So she just went over it again to make 100% clear so that when the jury's looking later, they remember that is absolutely, positively not a bruise and not caused by any sort of injury.
Yeah, it was a really big point, actually, because the jury will definitely want to be looking at the autopsy photos. And for the record, so she obviously calls it rigor mortis and livor as well. So she says it like Werner Spitz did. So everybody who's been saying rigor mortis their whole lives, just so you know, you're wrong. It's rigor mortis. Wrong, but it's always, my argument has always been, if like everybody in the world mispronounces a word, shouldn't that mispronounced version of it become the correct pronunciation?
No, because it's not by purpose.
What the fuck just happened there?
I'm going to say rigor mortis until I'm rigor mortis. I'll tell you that much.
God damn you, Jay. Let's go.
By accident, on accident, you know, people that went wrong.
Dr. Squaybell, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
Oh my Lord. Is he trying to say that's from impact with the car? Oh wow, Lally.
Whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Could be
Not a car.
impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
In the snow.
Would glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
Not really.
It could be under certain circumstances.
But not this one.
Piece of plastic
that up when we
under certain circumstances as far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
Correct, yes.
Wait,
Now,
I'm
as far
surprised.
as the
Rewind.
abrasion near the
Possibilities
laceration on the back
aren't
of the
beyond
stroke,
a
you said you were
reasonable
asking
doubt,
questions about
Lally.
whether or not that could
Hey,
be from
rewind. I talked
drag,
over it.
correct?
Correct.
What new?
Now, questions about whether abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe said you were asking questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Could that also be a result of the blunt impacts or as one of the possibilities you testified before from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
So I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be, yes.
Frozen ground?
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you do not see in this case?
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
And would that also includes breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Yeah.
Watch the form, Mr. Lally, sustain.
What, if anything else, would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include broken fingers.
That's
Now,
good.
with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries, yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could, again, just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding?
Objection.
Asked and answered. Let's go. Move the fuck on,
Ask it
Lally.
again, Mr. Lally. and
Nothing's
just-
changing here. Nothing's changing,
You asked
Lally.
about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in this room?
I
have
don't
enough-
know
I
how
don't have enough
they
information, Lally.
came to be.
Same shit, dude.
I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
Bob
And
Leary.
so I'm sorry, Doctor. Well, my question is more geared towards as far as the
But she didn't.
single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that we're seeing in the brain and the skull.
Poor Donna. She's getting lallified. Wow.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Let's see. Commonwealth rest.
I think so.
Oh my God. 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 Oh my God.
Sitting down.
Oh my God.
Oh, standing up.
This Commonwealth rest. Just waiting for her, the lovely Dr. Scordy Bello. Thank you, madam.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rest.
Oh,
Woohoo! Damn, boy.
So I'm going to stop you right there.
Oh,
Short
Jackson
recess.
stood up immediately.
The court needs one.
I don't need one, but I will see you at sidebar.
Oh, man.
What? She's gonna make them argue their motion for directed
He
finding
stood up
on sidebar.
immediately. He's like, what's up? Let's go.
I've been waiting for this months.
Oh, my God.
No
Well,
Dateline interview.
Time, can we
Wow.
like zip past? Where's our blooping?
Blip it, Bob. Blip it.
Oh, sorry. Blipping,
Blip, blip.
blipping. Oh,
That was quick.
Oh, you sent the jury out, huh? We're going to take their morning break, or what's going on here?
He wants to argue his directed motion
Yeah.
for directed verdict, and she's got to put on the record. what-
law and crime.
Oh, you got Jesse'd. You got
Oh.
casual Jesse.
hey, listen, it was less Jesse than you usually get.
Oh, so
That's
Trevor.
weak. That's weak. You got Jesse. Just take it. Take it.
Just
You got-
exactly.
I
I'm
definitely got
totally
you. He snuck
team
in. He's
with that.
sneaky.
He's so
sneaky.
sneaky.
The fucking backdoor guy, man. Just popped in. Hi, I'm coming in for
Hey, I've
popping
used
in.
that background too. That he's got faux little fake background in his
Oh, are
sweatshirt.
you implying he's not sitting in front of his law library, Allison?
I am
Get out of here.
implying that.
Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, girls. Why don't you guys figure out how to get Jesse's face off the screen here? I don't know how to do it.
There you go.
Gotcha. I got you, Bob. I got you.
I did it
I love
too.
you,
Which
Jay.
one of us did it?
Allie did it. I'm sure she
Oh,
got it before
Same
me.
time. All right, so huge. That's it. It's over. Case in chief is done. So obviously we're gonna get the motions for directed finding, directed verdict, whatever they call it in mass. Predictions. Allie, like Jay and I already gave ours. Okay, what do you think should happen? What do you think will happen? There are two different questions.
I think that there's no evidence of intent. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're taking it all in the light most favorable to the state, she could find that the testimony by Trooper Paul establishes that if she were, despite the fact that it was done in the daytime, it wasn't done in the nighttime, and it wasn't done when there was snow, to show that that beeping thing is not going to work the same, that driving in reverse, driving in reverse, driving in reverse, and ignoring all the beeps and whistles and sounds could have been intentional. I don't know. I
Okay,
actually find
listen, answer the question. That
She's
was
gonna
the most
deny it.
political.
deny it, and I guess she probably
Both counts. There's multiple counts here. They're going to make motions as to the homicides, which are both okay. So the manslaughter and the second degree murder. So they're gonna seek to move. They're going to seek to have them both NG'd. Okay, and just so you guys understand, it's not dismissed. She literally gives a verdict. So if she says, okay, well, I do not think that the Commonwealth has met its burden on the second degree murder charge,
but no reasonable jury could find there's sufficient evidence that it was beyond a reasonable doubt.
correct, then she finds him not guilty, or Karen not guilty. But so Jay, what do you think, man?
I mean, I still think what we talked about, and you guys are the experts. So what I think, I just don't think she'll do it.
Jay, I don't like that bullshit answer, my friend. Your opinion matters, and we want to hear it.
Thanks.
The medical examiner, sorry, Jay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Allie.
It's just like, I do feel like the medical examiner's testimony it creates, in his own case in chief, by his own evidence, such a huge discrepancy between what Trooper Paul said and the medical evidence that she could I mean, for God's sakes.
Let me
you
just
know,
let me
good-
just go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Fine. She could grant it. Not that she would, but
She
that
should.
Right.
She should.
I was just gonna say, since I've been in this game, around March of last year, all the trials that I've covered, there's only been one case that's a list attorney that it was ever granted. Every other case, it's not been granted. So it's hard for me to believe that she's going to do it. While I don't think there's evidence there of anything intentional. And I mean, their own freaking medical examiner couldn't say what. It's just, I think I don't think she's going to grant
What
it.
was doing that noise?
Yeah, he had one of his BarkBox
Oh.
toys. You know, his voice changed, babe. Like he sounds like a annoying squeaky toy.
No, I didn't know if he was. I thought he was like. I didn't know.
What you say? Okay, the guy hasn't been out for a walk for 3 days because it's been 100 degrees, and I don't want our dog to die. So he is freaking out. He is freaking out. It's like our dog needs exercise. Otherwise, he gets a little angsty. He's running around, he's getting the zips. All right.
Oh, somebody just did that. I was doing the same thing. Nah.
So I'm saying I think there's actually a decent chance that she grants or she finds him not guilty, or she finds Karen not guilty on the second degree. She grants the directed verdict on the second degree murder. She should. I mean, she really should. They did not meet the burden there. Anybody that's watching the case, and like, no matter what people are saying about her bias, I ain't buying it anymore. I thought that she was an excellent judge. I thought that she allowed in everything that the defense was trying to get in. I can't remember one thing where I was like, God damn, like, I can't believe she didn't. Like, they got in everything that they wanted to, and she was very fair. I have to say it, which allows me to get to the place where I could see a world in which she is going to grant it. As to the second degree murder, I think that the manslaughter survives just because of the existence of the taillight. That I think is enough in her mind, like, to get them to a jury. So we'll see. We'll see, though.
And by the way,
if everybody's wondering, I'm sorry, Jay. If everybody's wondering, Joe Scott's coming on at 11. He had a couple of
Eastern time or Central time.
11 Central. So he had to record 2 episodes of his podcast Body Bags this morning. I'm like, just dude, no flubs. He's like, there's always flubs. So I'm like, yeah, true. So he'll be getting and I told him if he finishes early, jump on. So he'll jump on as soon as he's done recording. But he was anticipating it would probably be about 11. He was
I will jump off when he does, so that because you can't really fit 4 faces.
No, I'll jump off. You stay.
No one needs to jump off.
Well, we'll see how.
We'll all be teeny.
Oh, did you wear that shirt for Lolly today?
Who?
You.
Oh, go funk yourself. Yeah, I did. Well, Jay, somebody's like, where's Jay's body? Like, Jay's got this kind of camo thing going on, and it's like, Jay's just got a floating head. I'm like, yeah, a little bit.
So do we know what she said is happening right now? Did she say we're taking a break? She hearing arguments?
She definitely set the jury out, but I don't know what.
Here's my thing. If she's taking a long time to wait to have them do it, she's actually thinking. Something has made her think between now and when she last thought about what she was going to do. And yesterday, for example, when she was thinking how she's going to respond to their motion for a directed verdict. When she told them to just come and make it sidebar, I was like, okay, clearly she's denying it and she's not even hearing argument on it. It's like a foregone conclusion. What is going on? So I guess we'll have to see. If there's no real argument, then I think that shows that she's just saying denied without any commentary.
By the way, Bob, make sure I see little tiny casual Jesse, just to make sure you got your feed on live for the in the background there.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I have it too. Just making you aware.
Checking you,
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. I appreciate that.
I got a shout out.
It's the right thing to do, Jay.
Holly Ann Crow sent me a $10 Venmo. Case over. Thank you, Jay, and happy birthday. Thank you, Holly Ann. KTG, $25 Cash App. Have a great fucking 29th birthday. Thank you, Katie. Always so generous. And Catherine Cat Grow, happy birthday. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much, Cat Grow.
Holly Ann sent me a $10 holla too. Coffee for you and Allie. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We love the Venmos.
Yes, we do.
I never get a Cash App. No one ever sends me Cash App, which I'm good with.
Always complaining about whatever.
I'm not.
Nobody ever sends me
Oh,
a
wait.
Venmo.
I lied. As soon as they talk some shit, somebody sent the Cash App. I never look at it. Oh, man. I actually got a few Cash Apps. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Charlotte sent me a $5 Cash App on June 14th. Thank you, Charlotte. Sorry for the incredibly delayed thank you. That proves to
Probably
you.
not.
Yeah, I wonder why you don't get
that.
Yeah, Melanie H sent me a $10 holla on Tuesday. Thank you so much, Melanie. Hopefully you guys are in the chat. And then Emmy today. So glad I found you guys. Objections crack me up. $10 holla. Love it, love it, love it. And that was from MEA. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start peeping my Cash App. I still haven't set up the buy me a coffee. Mandy's yelling at me.
Well, put at least on Cash App, go in there and put on your notification so you like get an instant notification like in the app. So
that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, just
I get nice little text for the Venmo. I get a text message that says, "Hey, buddy." All right, Cash App. Oh, notifications. It says allow notifications. I don't know.
Well, just make sure it's on your phone. You know, it's got to be on like your settings in your iPhone too.
Oh yeah.
While he's doing that, I just want to remind folks, Allie's going to be on with me tonight with Katie Bogenschutz, Afi Patterson, and we're going to talk about the shenanigans going on in the Young Thug trial. That's at 8 p.m. Eastern. We hope you guys can join us. It's been like, if you think this case has stuff going on behind the scenes with the state and the judge, just wait to see what's going on in Young Thug.
All right, Jay, I'm tweeting right now. I have to tweet I'm tweeting the Commonwealth's resting.
While Bob tweets that, thank you guys so much for being here. Almost 1,000 people. Our little family has grown during these 29 days, and we really appreciate you guys.
Oh, God, we do. Yes.
And if you haven't hit that like, hit it. Thank you for like sharing, spreading the word. We know we see people who are like adding people, like check them out here. That helps us. We don't like have advertising, so you guys are our advertisers and you tell people to check us out. So thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Can't believe it's Friday. Can't believe the state has rested. I mean, looks like next week this thing is going to the jury. Can you believe that? I mean, that is
what a run, huh? What a run, J-Bo.
Yes.
Dude, 29 days. I mean, it's about what they predicted, end of the month,
If I haven't gotten up in 5 minutes, remind me to go check in the chat, I guess, go check on Stella because I just let her outside. And if they come back, I'm going to be distracted. Oh man.
So Allie, what did you think about how was your experience on Joel with Surviving Survivor last night?
It was good. It was fun. He had a really, really good panel, including one of the lawyers who prosecuted Johnny Depp's.
No. He was Johnny Depp's civil lawyer.
Right. So he prosecuted his slander defamation case and defended. He likes to explain how he did prosecute the defamation case and also defended his.
So he referred to a civil action as prosecuting.
Well, meaning that he was trying to.
He was the plaintiff.
Right, but it is a fair way to describe what he was doing.
I've been in the practice 20 plus years. I've never.
All right, babe. Okay, can I talk?
Who was great?
Todd.
Todd was fucking awesome.
I'm
getting Todd McGee, who is a former Boston or a former Massachusetts State's trooper, was awesome. Like as soon as he opened his mouth, I'm like, this guy knows his shit.
Yes, he definitely did.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get him on. Like I'm hunting Todd. Todd, if you hear me, we want you on the show. I'm gonna find you, man. I saw him because he was like he did like a Boston Channel's news thing. I think that might have been why he was a little late. Like they do like a 20-minute, the case against Karen Reed. They're dramatic. Like everybody in that, like out there is milking the shit out of this thing. The dramatic, angry, violent, swearing voicemails of Karen Reed. I'm like, oh my God.
So I re-listened again last night, and I'm not convinced that it wasn't, was that you? Right? Like I re-listened to the true crime audits thing. And the first time I listened to it, I was like, oh, I do hear something about die. And then I listened again. And it was funny because Joel asked me on STS Nation whether when Bob and I are whispering, nothings to each other, whether we're talking about Karen Reed. And then in bed last night, I re-listened to that, and I was like, actually, now I do think it still sounds like, was that you? So I don't know. It does make no sense conceptually that would be what she's saying. So, it's just, odd. There was something else I was thinking. Oh, I remember what it was. So whatever the guy that did the extraction, whatever trooper, what was his name? G something.
Guarino.
Yeah. Guarino says, well, the elevation change may have tricked the phone into thinking that they were going up and down stairs, or he was, John O'Keefe was. So what I would have liked to know is, well, did Karen's phone also say she was going up and down stairs during that exact same elevation change from driving or whatever it was? And is there any other place where the phone is being tricked into thinking that they're, going up and down stairs? It's just bizarre to me that when I guess it's not bizarre, it's just should show to the public that the police have no problem interpreting the data to be delusional when they want it to say something other than what it says, and concrete when it says what they want it to say.
When you were off camera, I was reminding folks, if you think the state is doing crazy shit, in this case, just join us tonight and talk about what they're doing in the Young Thug case, folks. I'm telling you. Oh my,
it's crazy. It's crazy. And I haven't even gotten through much. I wanted to go listen to more, but trying to keep up with
every day it's something new. Day there's a new attorney making a new motion to recuse.
But even just like I had to go back and listen to yesterday's because I missed all that timestamp stuff. Still haven't gotten through it. Just what I heard this morning while I was driving to over here was the whole, the stairs, being tricked into thinking he was on the stairs thing. Crazy.
You just got a reminder in the chat if you may want to check on the puppy.
Yeah, I think I will. Thank you.
Dana.
Check on the puppy.
Yeah, the dog she let out. By the way, folks, we are keeping an eye. Don't worry. Man, I'm just struggling to believe. I can't believe that this could be over next week, Bob. I mean, this has been a journey, and it's almost over. That the real question is how long I mean, it's too early to even suggest, but how long is it going to take this jury to come back with a verdict? Oh, man, that's going to be fascinating next week.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Crypto tax lawyer said he's going to try to make it tonight. He went to law school, one of the prosecutors in the Young Thug case. So that's pretty cool.
Wow. Is it the smelly one? Smelly cat. Oh, smelly cat. I mean, dude, that was the funniest goddamn thing I ever saw. He's like it was like Kramer. It was, how Kramer.
Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking, dude. Like, and I know what I was like, probably maybe the other people on the state's team were like, they've always thought that she has her perfume is too strong. They've always thought it, and no one had the balls to say it. And finally, like, he's like the Kramer, where he's like, "Oh my god!" And then maybe they're all like, "Oh, maybe she'll have less perfume."
Thank God, thank God, just one spritz. Okay, you spritz and walk through. Spritz and walk through. You don't pour it directly on your skin. Spritz and walk through. Yeah,
It's
dude.
I
So
don't know if
funny.
yours is live, Bob, but I'm seeing it on mine. So make sure your thing is live.
Yeah, I think I'm. Oh no.
Oh,
Some reason-
Alan's getting up to this. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh,
after
shit.
viewing.
Okay. Fuck, dude. Hold on. Yeah, I was paused, of course. All right, so let me see. I don't know where it disappears to. I keep like fucking it up. Okay. All right. Get this shit. All right. I'm gonna do
The evidence in brief.
I'll hear you now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury can find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory. That theory of damage to the taillight at the scene.
Yes, it does.
If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted.
Lolly
There's
said
no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries, and they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions, as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe true for Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened
is nonsensical.
False description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that's
You don't want to do that, do you, Doug?
We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
I think Lolly's going to point out that he asked about frozen ground being able to do it, so it wasn't necessarily
If I may just, we have a written motion for the court to act on pursuant to that argument.
Thank you, Crypto. We appreciate you.
All right, I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court that.
Is this surprisingly that I took issue?
And my apologies. What I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the
your whole theory, butthole,
that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr. O'Keefe. So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed that's discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was.
It's true.
The testimony from Ms. Valier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct front pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together matching with that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle. The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as what heard from Ms. Chart from Voting Technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications.
Oh, Jesus.
As well as the testimony of the children in this
Motive's
case.
not an
As
element,
to their
Larry.
relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that day. There are arguments that continue throughout the afternoon of the 28th and seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Famati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the the verbal arguments stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text stream. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all three indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Oh, my Lord. Who is it?
Here we go. It's allegedly the lucky law firm that the snow plow driver, allegedly. I don't know if that's the first one. Donna White just sent me a $50 Venmo. Happiest of birthday. Celebrate with some chicken tendies on me. Donna, you're the greatest. Thank you so much.
She's a baby.
Generous.
She's
always super generous. Super generous. She got Jay opening day Mets tickets.
Yeah, she is like
she's a
big.
Yeah, she's amazing.
What are they talking about?
I was a little bit surprised that Jackson didn't focus on the counts separately as opposed to making one kind of global argument. He definitely don't see how she's reaching that conclusion as to intent on second-degree murder. Those voicemails, the text, I mean, come on, dude.
Just got a $25 Venmo from Legal Mama Jen. Happy birthday, Jay. Thank you for bringing the bows together and creating a wonderful true crime community. Thank you so much, Jen.
When's your birthday, Jay?
Sunday.
Sunday.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to sing you happy birthday at some point today.
Sunday, guys. Sunday. And thank you all for all the kind messages in the chat. Thank you.
Earlier Sunday, so you're getting it today, I guess.
Sheila B sent me a $10 Venmo. Me and Allie, I should say, actually. Appreciate you. Well, we appreciate you right back. Thank you, Sheila.
Yes, we do.
In the chat, y'all been killing the game here with your generosity this morning. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Ladies first. Maybe.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Law.
Okay.
Lucky.
My gosh. Oh, boy. It's all going to be new to me. I got no idea what he's going to say.
But you didn't see a body out there when he
Oh,
plowed.
is that it? That's the full extent of it? I thought there was some kind of weird, something like, "Do you ever mention this again" thing?
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Great. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from,
Mr.
sir?
Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your
Sorry,
mouth close
Judge.
to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert is the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes.
Graduated at the same time?
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
Oh my gosh.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water.
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
So what time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
Franken truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right.
I love this
And
guy.
that particular truck, is
I
it
love
used for
Lucky.
anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes. It's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it. So we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspension, it's an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield, straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
An enormous amount. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
So even 30 feet.
Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road in Franken-Truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes.
What is it?
It is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. And could I have permission to publish before the hearing?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Take your wiener
Right
snitzel,
to
lick
left.
your finger, and point out on this map, and I want to know. Take your wiener snitzel, lick your finger, and point out on this map, and I want to
Down
know.
Cedar Crest toward Fairview, is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you?
Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. If we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can. So I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right. Now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right. So there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right. So then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Could I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
know where you're seated now, Mr. Walkman? Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit.
Pause it.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so typically an objection like that is being sustained on speculation. You don't know what you would have seen if it wasn't there. But that's the entire state's case, that there was a man there. So she's literally asking, had he been there, would you have seen it? I guess he could have said, is there any set of circumstances where you would have missed? It's the same freaking question where you would have missed a,
Why doesn't he just ask, did you see a body laying on the ground? Like, for
did
fucking-
he? I'm
Like,
having to feed Stella, by the way, like out of my hand. I think she's having a hard time in the house generally with the
baby.
Yeah.
Stealing all the thunder.
Yeah.
Babies do that. Babies steal thunder. Thunder stealers. Thunder stealers.
And I did think that was what Joseph just commented. I laughed off screen, like, God forbid animals. It was like he was more concerned about it. And I think his reason is meaning
You still have the exhibit oriented the same way?
that's more likely.
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a 3-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Well, could
Were
you see
you
that?
looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
Wow.
And again, with regard to that area
It's
around
over.
the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it, Tiffany.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your
Fine.
best estimate, in terms of when you would have
He's allowed
approached
to ask. it.
Fairview
Oh,
and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to
direct.
3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection, again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th? At
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
because it wasn't there before.
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
Thank you.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, but the lawn side?
Yes.
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
No.
Lights were still on.
Correct.
All right. Now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right.
No.
Where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process. Take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Anything draw your attention?
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No.
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview toward Cedar Crest?
Not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview,
Okay.
and came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the?
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
Coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul.
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
Donna, LV coming in hot with a $50 hollow.
Is Paul this guy's first name? Trooper Paul is his first name?
No.
So he introduced himself to this guy as Paul. It's a Lucky. Or
I mean, the guy's last name is Paul. He's got two first names for a name, which you can never trust, by the way. You never trust somebody that has two first names for a name. But so, yeah, I don't know.
You mean you never trust their parents? Or, I mean, that's not fair.
I mean, if this dude's not credible, like, this guy is not getting on the stand and lying. You could tell that this is like the most important day in this guy's life. You could see it. You could see it in his face. You could see his earnestness in his face. It's like, this guy's highly credible. And
I think it's impossible. Sorry, babe. Go.
So, but here's kind of a bigger point. So now that we know that he has placed the Ford Edge at the fucking flagpole, so that means that he couldn't. He had to pull off and I'm talking about the shoe being caked in snow. He couldn't have plowed at that area where they would have found the shoe buried in snow.
You are
He would have had to
unmuted.
pull off. You know what I mean? He wouldn't have been able to plow where he was
Just a
plowing.
couple
He would have had
questions,
to go
Mr.
on to the
Lockwood.
left.
Sure.
He's a devastating
At
witness.
any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
He didn't want to accidentally call him Bukkake, Jay. Sweet guy. I don't want to accidentally call him Bukkake.
Thanks, guys, for clearing that up for me, because I was.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Shannon.
Lolly's I don't know what he's going to do. This guy's going to stand firm. I think.
Good morning.
Guys,
No, may I approach?
Yes.
what was that?
I thought Lally's battery died.
Sir, I'm showing you a document that's already been marked with Exhibit 109. Just ask you to look at that, look up whenever.
Big
you're
robot
okay?
battery.
Man, it makes me angry about this case. It's just crazy.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that, sir?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those
I
routes.
was
Is that
going to
right?
say you didn't
Yes.
take that route.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as for a portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
When you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
You remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, when you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes,
about. Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes,
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
equally.
Equally? Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No,
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Cliffs, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
Now, do you know sort of the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. The Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now, what
Well,
color
he
is this
shoved that
SUV?
right up Molly's ass.
Hey,
I
Lally,
can't
take
tell you
this
that.
and shove
I
it up your
am
stink
colorblind.
hole.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you can't tell at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
Oh, was it dark though? Is it black or something?
Now, you told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No,
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've
Yeah,
heard or
I didn't
saw on
see
the
the
news.
body,
So this
Lally.
doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr.
Right,
O'Keefe
because I didn't
was,
see a
correct?
body.
Correct.
Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in? And when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they
2:40,
wrote that in a report, that
2:35.
would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All this proves is that whoever took that report wrote down some bullshit.
Bullshit. Writing down bullshit. I'm Team
I'm
Lucky.
going to ask you to
I'm Team
read.
Lucky on this one.
Molly, you're not doing the job.
This paragraph, this paragraph to yourself, okay?
Yeah, but this
And then whenever you're
asshole
done-
wrote bullshit. I never said those things.
Take your wiener schnitzel licking finger and point out on this map what I want to know.
What time did he say he saw the Ford Edge first?
I think it was the 3-hour run, the 3 o'clock run.
Nah.
45 minutes after the first run. Yeah, I think. I don't know.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
I don't even know how he got that up there. They should have objected. He didn't have his memory refreshed. He
Mr.
didn't say
Lockman, after
memory was
having
wrong.
reviewed that as your memory refreshed, as to that conversation you
memory
had in
was
May
never
of
wrong.
2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct.
Why?
Never did.
And you don't
Wow, Lally,
recall
just keep
telling
putting in
anyone
this
that you saw a
bullshit.
car
Thanks,
around
Lally.
1:30 or 2 a.m.?
Your
Is that
cops are
correct?
liars.
Correct.
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that
Pause
you were
this a
talking
sec.
about,
Pause this a sec.
you didn't say
I'm
that in
pretty
May of
sure he's talking about the
2023,
feds,
because at
by the way.
3
Wait a second. I want to watch Lucky just fucking own Lally for a bit
I
more.
agree. I just want to say something. It seems that Lally is trying to adopt the style of the defense on cross-examination when they're questioning the witnesses about the police reports and saying, well, then the police report would be wrong. Then the police report would be wrong. That's helpful to the defense because even if the police report is wrong, that's helpful to the defense. Him trying to adopt the same style, it's just mind-boggling how he thinks that is helpful to the prosecution. He's literally establishing that. I don't know if they've said who.
Well, what he established is that his memory wasn't refreshed at all. I mean, Lucky is crushing being on the stand right here. You know,
he's an
I
amazing
think there was a preconception from the police in the state that this guy was going to be like some kind of goofball up on the stand. He ain't that.
No.
He ain't that.
No. And I have one question before you unpause it. Was Proctor the person that interviewed him? Who did he say interviewed him?
I'm telling you right now, I'm pretty sure that when they're talking about May 2023, they're talking about the feds. That's what I've seen online. So everyone's like saying this is talking to the police. It's the feds. It says if I'm wrong, someone correct me. The reporting I'm seeing online is that's the feds from May 2023.
That changes everything. That changes everything.
If this is a report from the feds,
I think that's why they're not specifically saying Proctor. They're not saying the police. They're saying this report. I'm fairly certain it's because they're talking. They would have said Proctor. Wouldn't they have said Proctor if it was Proctor? Wouldn't they have said this was from Trooper Proctor? They're kind of they're sidestepping it. I'm pretty sure it's the feds. But
well, then Lally should have done what Jackson and Gennady have done and these were law enforcement that had nothing to do with this investigation. This is different. Not, you know what I mean? Like he should have been bringing that out. Because I don't know if, like, as you guys can see, there are a lot of things that I don't know if it hasn't been said in this trial. So I'm here left thinking, what in the hell does he think that it's beneficial to point this out? So I don't know that he's hammered that home with the jury, and maybe he'll do it at the end of his questioning, but that changes all the comments that I have made. And now I don't understand why he would have said that to the feds. And clearly the feds are not going to have any motive to misrepresent what he said. But, maybe he had time to think about it. I wonder if the defense is going to redirect him in such a way that resolves this confusion, assuming there's other people, like the people on the jury are confused about what law enforcement he was speaking to.
Well, the one thing that we're going to know on redirect is that if it's not the feds, that the defense will certainly bring up who it was, because there's nothing barring them from doing that. If it's the feds, I think the fact that we haven't heard what cop it is why Jay's thinking it's the feds.
Well, I mean,
I'm hoping they leave it, no further questions, and they don't clear up anything that he's left convoluted. And maybe I've got to re-listen
I mean,
to it.
this guy plows. This guy knows when he went out. This guy knows when he did it. There's nothing about his testimony that he's unflappable. He's
So
unflappable.
let me ask a question. Maybe people in the chat know, maybe somebody knows. I know that the state, the Commonwealth, called a witness from the Department of Public Works or whatever department. And all right, so we'll see what happens. But that as to the time that these people were called in and the time that the routes start, and if anyone remembers, stick it in the.
Everyone's saying Procter and Bukaki interviewed him in 2023.
You guys check in the background. I didn't.
All right, so let's just see how it plays out, and then you guys either know what my comments are. My comments are even for like shocked and appalled at the stupidity of Lally, or surprised that this guy gave inconsistent time testimony to the feds. But it may have been that his memory, like he didn't know. But one thing he does know, and I'm assuming told whoever investigated, whoever questioned him, that at some point he turned around and came down and the first responders were there. So no matter what timeline he gives, if he's not plowing for 6 hours, midnight till 6 a.m., if that's not in the world of possibilities, then there's that.
Okay, we ready?
We're ready.
Let's go.
3:30. The roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Yeah, but I didn't say that.
Right, it's objection speculative because he's saying, I never said it. So
seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning.
Objection.
With the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. If the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Wait, was it double negative?
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Wait.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Rewind. Okay, I'll stop.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
Correct.
That goes from November until April?
Correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
You don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything.
Yeah.
You didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
Oof.
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And
Wow.
I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Unflappable is right.
He can't be flapped.
He can't.
They can't
So
flap, Lucky.
is it paused right now? Or
No.
he's thinking? Well, it's just like I was
Lucky's
thinking
just a
when you
serious
said it,
man. He looks like a statue up there.
I was thinking
He's
when Lolly asked the question, I was thinking, all right, not so great. He didn't even see a flagpole that close to him. I mean, a basketball hoop, but the answer cleared that right on up. Oh no, don't.
This guy's a very diligent plow driver. I mean, he takes his shit seriously. Like this guy, he's got like a Forrest Gump mowing the lawn vibe. You know what I mean? Like he takes his shit seriously.
I wish they would have asked the question you posed before, babe, about how often or has it happened in the area where a person has been hit? It would have been good information to get in.
Yeah.
Do they warn you about that? Is that something that's a known thing that has happened in the area? Because one thing that
well, I can tell you this, Lucky's testimony destroys the John slipped and fell theory.
Right.
I mean, like if his testimony is to be believed, which it's hard not to believe the guy. I mean, this means that O'Keefe was in the house. He wasn't out there.
Or he was walking back from his girlfriend's thingamajig.
I mean, whatever. I mean, the bottom line is destroys any concept that he slipped and fell and was out there for hours. And the one thing is, there was no mention by Scorty Bello of frostbite. Like if he's out there for hours, his nose, his ears, the guy wasn't wearing
moisture.
Yeah, dude, he would have been frostbitten all over the place. He would have looked like Jack Nicholson in The Shining at the end, man. It would have been like, you heard no testimony about John having frostbite all over his body.
Or frozen shards of blood already,
right.
Right.
I'm a little behind, so I can bloop bloop.
All right, bloop bloop time. I thought we were still going, but I love when we've got extra time.
I know.
Okay, here we go.
I know you.
Twice.
Okay. I blooped a little early. Too much blooping. I over blooped.
Over bloop.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Unetti?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday, when, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
I wish Unetti asked that.
Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Unetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings. Is that correct?
Would he know?
Correct.
What you got there, Lolly? Come on, try to make something happen. What you gonna do?
Paul O'Keefe looks like he wants to just crush Lally's face.
So, sir, I'm correct. And if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Sure about all the times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop, is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
All right. Anything, Ms. Giannetti?
There's just one question I wanted to clarify.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We understand.
Lucky lost.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor. You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
There's that double negative
At any
getting
point that night while
resolved.
you were plowing,
No,
you see a black Lexus in front of 34th Avenue?
no.
Thank you, sir.
Now we can chat.
Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes,
How so, sir?
it was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You're on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the
Can
route.
we object outside the scope?
Back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later,
Objection.
or it took you 45 minutes? to
Objection.
route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so
We don't want to be seen protecting him.
from there, 45 minutes from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30. With some,
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
it was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you had testified that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
So 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30, then 3 hours later, it's 6,
It was
correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lockran, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
I can't wait for them to renew their motion for directed finding. Sorry, who did he say? I mean, Jackson say? What did he say? Do we have any time? Robert Michael,
What?
do we have any extra time?
Let's see.
Whoop bloop time?
Who they calling?
I
Oh,
over it. Oh,
Dr.
boy.
Russell. Dr.
Oh,
Russell.
boy. Man, this is actually horrible. Pause a second. Pause a second. Robert Michael,
What, honey?
pause it a sec. I just want to say, like, I kind of get excited, like in trial mode for witnesses and stuff, but in all sincerity, I think this is just awful because the family is getting no justice for John O'Keefe. So at the end of the day, this is all horrible. So don't take my like trial excitement as anything more than that.
Wait, why did you feel like you need to clarify that?
Because I'm like cheering, and in my mind, I'm thinking, this is actually
We all cheered when Proctor came on. These are the witnesses we want to see. Like, you
Right.
don't need to explain that shit.
Okay, you're right.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please in a loud, clear voice state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to your retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, I'll try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of
What the hell?
pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT, where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time. And and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become at some point a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
All right, I'm going to pause it 1 second because our esteemed guest has finally arrived. He's finished recording his Body Bag podcast episodes. I think he put 2 in the can this morning. Super excited to have him here. The one, the only, Joseph Scott Morgan. All right, we're going to have to figure out who to move. 4 of us. What is up, my friend? How are you?
Hey, brother. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. Are you hanging in there? I know you got up bright and early to do some work.
Yeah. I vote for me. I can step off for a little. You need the jester combination.
Okay. So Joe, I don't know if you got to meet, this is my wife, Allie.
Hey, Allie. How are you? Good morning.
She was at Prime Time with me.
Thank y'all for having me on.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. Why don't
Critical
you
day today, huh?
Huge day. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you popped on because the defense has just called Dr. Marie Russell, who's going to be testifying as to what she believes the wounds on the arm are. So I can't think of a more perfect time to have your brilliant mind on here to explain to all of us exactly what you're seeing. And my friend Jay, I don't know where he's at, maybe taking a potty break. But why don't you tell the people before we fire it up a little bit about yourself, and then we'll watch some of this.
Oh yeah, no worries. Again, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, guys. And hey to all your fans out there. I see a lot of folks, some that I know already.
I'm sure.
So I'm a forensics professor at Jacksonville State University in Alabama, not Florida. And been here for about, well, actually 10 years. I'm the Distinguished Scholar of Applied Forensics. And before that, before academia, I've been in for about 20 years. Before that, I was a senior investigator with the Medical Examiner in Atlanta. And before that, I was with the coroner's office in the metro New Orleans area. So I started when I was very, very young. And here I am today getting to hang out with cool cats like y'all. And then, I do my own podcast, Body Bags, with Joseph Scott Morgan, and traveling around yapping as I do, and just kind of putting in my 2 cents and that sort of thing wherever it's needed.
I love it. Yeah, we're both yappers, man. We both can go. And
I'd ask before we start, babe, sorry to interrupt, and then I'm going to hop off again. Once you're done, whatever, ask him what he thinks about this witness's expertise and what areas that she should be allowed, or that.
Oh, she cut herself off a little early there. All right. So, but like, when I was reading through your bio, what is medical? So you're a fellow in medical legal. What is that?
Yeah, medico-legal death investigation. So, if you think about how a detective goes out and investigates a scene on behalf of, well, the police, but ultimately the prosecutor. They are the eyes and the ears of the prosecutor at the scene. Okay. We are the eyes and the ears of the forensic pathologist at the scene. Contrary to what you see on television, those people don't come to scenes. As a matter of fact, you don't want them to. and so we have a certain level of technical expertise. Most of us are either physician assistants, nurse practitioners, or forensic scientists like myself. We generally, not all of the time, we generally have some kind of graduate degree. And we know our way around the morgue. We have worked and we don't just limit ourselves to homicide investigation. Unlike cops, we cover all 5 manners of death, and so that we have a very broad spectrum of what we do. I spent a long time in the morgue, working in the morgue. I've done assisted in over 7,000 autopsies, and then and not to mention just a variety of different death investigations, everything from car accidents to all manner of homicide, undetermined deaths. We deal with skeletal remains, getting people identified. So our spectrum is very broad, and that's what we bring to bear in my field. And I think that's what's so important with the Karen Reed case, and kind of what we're dealing with now, because it's, unfortunately, we're in a position where you've got a situation where you have folks that are having to go in and reconstruct and clean up a mess that never should have existed in the first place. And you can call it a cake if you want to, but if you don't follow the instructions on the box, you're going to get something other than a cake. It might look like a cake, but it ain't gonna be a cake. And that's kind of what you're looking at, I think, here with this case. A lot of overlapping confusion, and not to mention the stressors from the outside with the general public on both sides of the aisle.
Man, that's a great analogy. And your pod, Body Bags, is phenomenal. I love it. I'm super picky too.
That means a lot coming from you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. So let's dig into this. I'm going to have some questions about, I don't know if you had the opportunity to view any of the direct and cross of the Commonwealth's medical examiner.
A bit, yes.
Yeah. So when we get there, when we get through this, hopefully you'll be able to hang long enough to where I can ask you some questions about that. But let's see what this gal has to say.
You bet.
And Joe, if you want to pop in, just give me a high sign and I'll pause it.
Yeah.
If you want to make a point during the testimony.
Okay. No worries.
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others,
correct.
meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors, and teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examine the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was a director of the USC Center for Life Support Training. So, that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies such as LA Sheriff's, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became
Bob, if I could say something real quick.
Jail medical services for the entirety of that system.
What she's referring to, in my estimation, and we've done this particularly in Atlanta because we were a teaching medical examiner's office. We had an affiliation with Emory University, who's a pretty top flight medical school, and they have a pathology program as well. But we were also adjacent to Grady Hospital in Atlanta, which is the largest trauma center roughly in the Southeast, acute trauma. She's an emergency room physician, I take it. And we would have times where we would invite clinicians into the environment relative to forensic pathology, and they would come and observe. This is kind of two-pronged. From an educational standpoint, they would begin to understand what we require of them when bodies make their way to the medical examiner's office. Basic stuff like don't take a tube out of anybody, don't take an IV out of anybody, leave the body in pristine shape. All right, don't make any adjustments. We want to see everything in situ, as it's referred to. And it also helps us with our trauma assessment as well. And it's not like we would take them out on ride-alongs or anything like that, but it's more of a holistic approach. This happens in a lot of locations. And she does have, obviously, a great understanding of trauma and how they treat trauma, okay? She doesn't have the broad spectrum view of making a diagnosis in the context of forensic pathology. We consider all of the elements there. There's also a kind of a practice that's out there, and it's kind of old. It's called the police surgeon, which is a police officer or a surgeon or physician that's attached to local law enforcement, where they aid with any kind of concerns that the police might have or anything like this. So she's kind of an interesting witness. I'll have to admit, it's a different dynamic than I was expecting. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's great intel. And just so you know, so they did they had her voir dired. I think it was Thursday, or maybe it was Thursday morning, because the Commonwealth had made a motion because of the late disclosure of this witness in particular, and Judge Bev allowed them to voir dire her pretty heavily as to her opinion, which she did not allow for the next two witnesses who were accident reconstruction guys. So Judge Bev allowed that to come in, and she ultimately ruled that she's going to allow this doctor to give her opinion as to the wounds on the arm, that they are consistent with.
Hang on one second. I see Chelsea's making a comment that she did a forensic pathology residency for 4 years. Forensic fellowships are only 1 year. You do a 5-year pathology residency that involves anatomical and clinical pathology, and then you do a 1-year residency. We had one of 22 programs in Atlanta. So maybe she was affiliated with a hospital for 4 years, maybe parsing out some forensic elements. But yeah, it's very specific, highly competitive to get into a forensic fellowship, and you have to be a pathologist before you get into that. We had 2 slots for the entire year at our office. One went to an international student and the other went to a U.S. student. So they're rare as hen's teeth if you're trying to get into one of these programs.
All right. Babe, you got anything before I hit play?
No.
Okay.
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive. I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive of the California State Prison Corcoran.
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously, the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Hey, Bob.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming?
So I'd like to ask you, and you're a doctor, correct? I just want to.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm
All right.
a medical legal death investigator that works for the forensic pathologist.
Okay, so based on everything that you've heard thus far about her background, her credentials, how compelling do you find her as an expert to speak on this subject, or what shortnesses or limitations do you see?
Well, you can't be an expert in everything now, can you? I mean, I'd love to be, but you know, the reality is this, is that if you're going to be an expert in dog bite, fine, that's understandable. She has to understand treatment methodology and how to follow those courses, because they're very dynamic injury. The shredding, the ripping, that sort of thing that comes along with it. It's a unique area to study. And yeah, she has stated in court under oath that she has been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology, but yet she's not a board certified forensic pathologist. And I know that, you know, you might think, well, just because she has doctor or MD after her name, we should just, you know, automatically, thank you, Coolidge. I appreciate that.
Why'd you highlight that?
I'm trying to delete it. My mods are sleeping. Okay.
We highly, strongly, and vehemently disagree with.
Yes, I highly disagree with that. And I apologize.
Does it really even matter?
We like when we have a fair, intellectually honest assessment of the experts, the shortnesses, or, you know, the parts.
No, that's okay. I want people to understand, though, that have not been around testimony of people in the areas of medical legal death investigation. is that there are a lot of people out there that claim that they are in fact an expert in forensic science. Okay. Or forensic medicine. She is not, to the best of my knowledge, spent time conducting medical legal autopsies. The question that should be asked is, how many forensic autopsies have you conducted? And can you name them? Where did you do this? Where did you work as a forensic pathologist? What medical examiner's office or coroner's office were you specifically employed by? And that's quite compelling here. And I'm sure that that she is a fine ER physician, and she's a member of NAME. NAME has many adjunct members that have expertises in various areas, but to say that she is a forensic pathologist is misleading, desperate, and it diminishes forensic pathologists in general, because you can, I don't know, you can be an ENT physician if you want to, and say that you've consulted on facial trauma, throat trauma, that sort of thing. You say, oh well, yeah, I'm a forensic practitioner at this point in time. No, you're not. You consulted on the cases.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Into some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm.
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed. Let's see. I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Action, may we approach?
Yes. All right, so Bob, pause it. And Joseph, if you didn't see the voir dire, she didn't remember everything, and the judge actually asked her, do you remember reviewing a dog bite history for Chloe? Do you remember reviewing a DNA, the DNA results? And she said, I don't recall that. And then the judge questioned Jackson, I believe, about why his disclosure lists those things. And he said, well, I sent all that stuff in a Dropbox. So I think that she may be, and I thought about this when that was happening, she may go home and relook at what she was sent and what she reviewed so that she can better answer the question. And I think if that's the state's issue, that during voir dire, she didn't disclose this, that the judge should give them an opportunity to discuss the fact that she went back and looked. So it looks like what might happen right now is they might be looking to voir dire her on how it is she now knows more about what she reviewed or didn't review than she did previous, to decide what the judge is going to allow the jury to hear.
Yeah, isn't that fascinating? Wink is just as good as a nudge, huh? When you begin to think about this, maybe we need to go back and review. But again, under voir dire, you would think that you would be up to snuff and up to speed and prepared in that sense, because this is one of the big contentions, right? When you begin to do these animal bite assessments, the big question I'd always had was the swabbing for canine DNA, and these elements that you're looking for, that he was allegedly indwelling this environment. They're putting forth, the defense is putting forth this idea of a dog attack, and how thoroughly was the clothing searched as well. I think from a trace evidence standpoint, is deposition of canine DNA. And again, the case through and through is so markedly muddled that I think the defense has an opportunity here to again reinforce this idea of reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and my biggest issue was best practices would have been to send the entire article of clothing to the lab and let them do the swabbing. I mean, they only took 2
Hey there, Karen.
swabs of
A trial.
I got the ability to be able to bloop.
Yes. Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? I mean, and there was no real delineation of exactly where the swabs came from. You know, so in terms of whether or not that was sufficient in terms of, additionally, they took no swabs of John O'Keefe, the injuries themselves. You know, there was none taken at all.
You're letting that be live, right, babe? So that you don't miss it when they come back, because Jay's not here to double check you.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, and I think that that's critical as well. You know, when we see, you know, we think about a body and as cold and callous as it sounds, this is the way we view bodies in the world of forensic pathology in medical legal circles, is that the body is the biggest piece of evidence that we have. That's
Right.
no disrespect to the dead, but you have to understand that if you do not take care with the body from the beginning, and certainly in Dr. Russell's world in the emergency room, you get eyes and hands on that body as quickly as you possibly can, secure it, lock it down, so that no one else has access to it. I think that that's very important, and that's one of the things that she does. And I think that this is to her credit, is that one of the reasons these emergency room physicians will come in and do what's referred to as rounds with medical examiners' offices is in order to understand form and function of what we do at the medical examiner's office, so that she can in fact inform those under her charge. Remember, she talked about how she was supervising all of these other people within this environment, within her expertise, which is emergency room medicine. And she's working with jail people, she's got this broad area that she's covering. But you have to understand the problems that we have in an emergency room as containment of the body, containment of preservation of evidence, and all that sort of thing. That's really what I'm interested in when it comes to an emergency room physician and how they manage their staff relative to evidence. And then obviously what they saw when the body rolled in or when the patient rolled in, and what heroic efforts did they make or go toward relative to preserving life in this particular instance. You're talking about, you know, trying to get an IV started. You're talking about doing chest compressions. You're talking about intubating, all these things that go in. We need to understand that, because from a forensic pathology position, we're not in that position. We're not there in real time seeing all this happen. And from an educational standpoint, that's what she has done in the past. Now, I don't know how much that is shaded over into, you know, now I'm a forensics expert. She's not a forensic pathologist.
So this is what I guess one of my mods pulled up. This is from her CV. So, and like, you can answer that. I couldn't even begin to answer. Like, what if these are all accurate, what does that rank her in terms of her expertise?
So is this piece that you have right here that I'm seeing displayed on the screen right now, this is from her CV?
Correct.
Okay. So she is a resident in anatomical pathology. She is a forensic pathologist fellowship. Forensic pathologist fellowship. Poorly worded. From 93 to 95. They do have a fellowship program for pathologists at LA County. I'm sure that they have this agreement with the local emergency room personnel where they can come in and work with them. But again, I asked the question, as you would, Bob, on Cross, are you a board certified forensic pathologist?
And I think she answered that no.
And Lally will certainly ask it on Cross for certain.
I mean, for the jury's purposes, it's going to make one hell of a bit of difference. But for intellectual honesty, again, it definitely, I definitely appreciate all of your insights on this.
Yeah, and I the one question I wanted to ask you, in terms, and this is just kind of a general proposition type question. I've always, when we've hired experts on cases, Allison and I, we always understood that our experts are only seeing photographs of injuries, right? They don't have the ability to be able to examine the body proper. How much does that hurt an expert in terms of being able to render an accurate opinion in terms of just being, I mean, obviously they're going to get the autopsy notes from whoever performed the autopsy. They're going to read the reports and they're going to view the pictures. Is that limiting though? And how much does it limit an expert from only being able to view photographs?
It's very limiting. There's nothing like, the best classroom that you're ever in pathology is actually the autopsy room, being in the autopsy suite. And certainly it's almost akin to a physician that wasn't there, but yet they're rendering an assessment on a patient that they never had any contact with. And all you're left with is what the state's medical examiner's office has documented in their autopsy relative to their findings, their document, the actual autopsy report, any kind of peripheral medical records that may have come in. You've certainly got the tissue samples, in a case like this. I think that, and I have been involved in cases where we had a variety of different types of injuries, including bites, where we completely excise that bit of tissue. Say, for instance, these insults that you see to the arm. Okay, if you're thinking that it's something other than not related to a car accident, okay, if you're thinking dog bite at that particular time, we would probably excise that, take it out, preserve it, and then hold on to it and have somebody else take a look at it at some point in time. Not every forensic pathologist out there is a dog bite expert. As a matter of fact, they're rare, if you can come across one of these people.
Right.
So yeah, you're at a real disadvantage in that particular case.
Okay. Let's see what they're going to do here. I was able to, because we've paused it, I was able to fast forward through that nice delay that the court had.
Please be seated.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion
to a degree
concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display exhibit 19? Please?
Okay.
Just ask her again, was there anything else?
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Pause it, Bay.
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photo.
So, Joe, have you seen this specific picture as opposed to a version of these injuries?
Yes, I recall having seen this image, on multiple sites, this sort of thing. I don't know that I've ever seen it with this clarity, though.
And
yeah, because Alice and I did not. You see the two circular type wounds under the like by the elbow. I had never noticed those up until this picture was shown at trial 2 days ago.
this is like he said, a much clearer picture. I believe it's an autopsy photo.
Yeah, it is. It appears to be on a surgical cloth there, which is something that you normally do for a backing at autopsy. When you're doing autopsy photography, you'll put it either blue or green like this. But referring to those two injuries, I'm pointing at the screen as if you can see it, but the two you refer to them as kind of circular there. Those are what are referred to as punctate injuries. And punctate generally, when you're thinking about dog bite, one of the things that you're thinking about many times are the canines. Here and just like dogs, we have lower and upper canines. They are a single cusp. You know, you have bicuspids and you have single cusp, which is actually your canine teeth. The one thing that is missing, though, the width of that you're looking at, if people are thinking that's a canine punctate area, first off, it doesn't look wide enough to marry up with a large dog's mouth, maybe a smaller dog. But the other thing that you're missing is that with bite marks, you're thinking about any kind of injuries that are left behind by both the central and the lateral incisors, and you'll get this kind of scraping effect that happens. And you have to understand: are these two at the bottom? Are they going to say that those are perhaps the upper or the lower canines? I think
he's going to say
and
the lower.
Dragon. Yeah, and let's say that they are the lower. Well, you might have these linear things that are above right here, but again, you're absent the marks that are left behind by the incisors. All you have to do, the most infamous bite mark images out there, and I know that all of your fans are aware of these, are Bundy's. And if you can look at his images that they took all those years ago, you can see this incisor scraping that takes place with a bite mark.
Okay.
All right. This is I'm so glad you are here for all of this. It's amazing. So,
yeah,
me too.
No problem.
Me too.
No problem. Yep.
Photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So it's sustained. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I could ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds on the
Joe, let us know. Give me a wave. I'm more attentive than Bob. So
No, I'm sitting here thinking about clothing right now. I want to know, because we look for communication between
Yes.
overlying garments and insults like this. So I want to know the status of the clothing. I want to know, how all of that would how that's going to marry up with these injuries. We do that with motor vehicle, injuries as well, where we're trying to marry up the exterior of the clothing that's overlying an injured area, because it affects the appearance of the um, of the injury itself. And so you have to have both of these. You can't; these are not done in a vacuum. This assessment has to be done together, and it has to be conjoined so that the jury understands this. And again, she's saying that up the arm there's a claw marks. Well, yeah, I mean, if I were to look at that, I'd say that could be consistent with scratches. But she said scratches or bites.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Which one is it? And
Right.
I don't understand. I saw one of the folks in the comments a few minutes ago, which I thought was a brilliant comment. They asked why. I'll use my own expletive here. Why in the hell have you not consulted the people at the University of Florida at the Maple Center that do veterinarian medicine, forensic medicine? Why aren't they being consulted here? I don't understand that. And they see this sort of thing with much greater frequency. And that's kind of interesting to me too. So is it a claw mark or bite mark? I'd like to know.
Is it? And
I mean, because we draw that conclusion all the time in the morgue, because we can look at things and say, well, yeah, these are scratches. These are scratches. These are not bite marks. So, I don't know. We'll see what the jury does with this, or what the Commonwealth does with it.
And I would agree that the implication of not consulting that type of those types of experts is that they didn't want to get an answer that they didn't want, or that they got an answer they didn't want, So,
right. And look, I'm going to say this one time and one time only. If you can't respect our guests, whether you agree or disagree with his opinions, leave. If you can't act like adults in here and have intelligent conversations, this isn't the spot for you. I'm not going to allow it. My mods aren't going to allow it. And that's all that we have to say about that. Behave yourselves. We're allowed to disagree on things, people. And you can do it in an intelligent fashion. Don't attack people. Don't name call.
Joe doesn't have any dog in this fight. What's it called? Dog and pony.
He's got no horse in the race. He's got no dog in the fight. He's not
really
on the team. And neither are we. Either are we. I'm just looking at the evidence, trying to figure out what the hell happened to this poor officer.
And staying intellectually honest is of the utmost importance. Nobody wants to live, as Bob always says, in an echo chamber.
Yeah, we don't do echo chambers here. It's not our thing. All right, bye.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm.
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection, move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this, or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries, the type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
Now she wants a basis. He doesn't have a word.
Okay.
What did he say? Relevance? I'm sorry, babe. I talked over it.
Well, he wasn't supposed to give a basis.
He asked for one word, and I spoke over that one word. So just go back a little bit.
All right.
May we approach?
More before that, or maybe that was his one word. Oh wait, here it comes.
May we approach?
Okay.
That was his one word. I guess.
Is it notice? Is it what's one word?
May we approach?
All right. So you didn't hear it.
I don't think he had a word. He likes to get off easy by saying objection and hoping the judge finds one that fits.
Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
Okay.
does this appear, does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries or the consistency of the direction of the injuries or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
He might be done.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done.
Before we get the cross, I want to go back to the picture, babe.
Okay.
More Joe. Stick that puppy up there.
What?
The picture of the arm, so Joe can give us his opinions and comments, whatever he may want.
Hey, John.
That's what pause.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
What, honey?
Now,
Go back to the picture that was up during.
No, I want to hear some of the cross.
All right.
He'll probably throw it up. We'll get to it, babe. Promise.
testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes.
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him, was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regard to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct, because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some.
I'm not asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time. Yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May.
May of 2024?
Yes,
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
it was either a 6-month subscription or a year. I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that. Yes,
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
yes.
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months.
No.
Remember, not 6 months a year.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustained to that point.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Now, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at.
Objection.
Sustained.
He should have let him open the door. He was opening that door.
Yes.
Who asked to approach? Jackson or Lally? Nally's like, well, wait a minute. He opened the door. I left Stella outside. She started barking so loud that I remembered I left her outside. Hopefully Brian and Raven are not watching this. It really wasn't that long, but ooh, boo, boo. Yeah. The bloop bloop. All right.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And, as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Can you describe it more fully?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
I mean, literally, what did he ask? Are you familiar with the, like, he didn't even give any basis. Well, how many reports that they put out in any given year?
Broadly worded.
Yeah. Just to make her, try to make her look like an asshole. Like, oh, she didn't know about this article. Because the jury doesn't necessarily know that, you know.
Mute me, babe.
I didn't mute you. Come on.
Well, I was gonna say Lally's done some homework on her. You know, if she's got some questionable opinions, you know, I mean, he's going to come at her with it. I don't know that this is as broad as you think it is, but we'll find out.
No, I meant the initial question was very broad. It might be ultimately limited, but he asked it very broadly initially.
Well, I mean, in fairness, if she's prepping to testify, if it's some kind of a potentially derogatory thing, you know, I mean, they do that all the time to experts.
Okay.
NAS report that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks.
Oh,
That
there we
is
go.
Section gone down to-
I knew this was going to come up.
What the bite mark science? Yeah.
Yeah, that goes back to the original commission
Not familiar with that report,
findings.
specifically as it applies to forensic odontology.
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with
Whoa.
Pause it, babe.
representation that is not.
That's one of the biggest seminal moments in forensic practice in the last, I don't know, 40 years. Obama set up that commission during his, and it drew into question a lot of practices in forensics, namely, you know, bite marks.
Bite marks.
Yeah.
And now, if what I'm hearing is accurate, she's not familiar with that particular report. I can't tell you over the years how many times I've been asked about that report, and but yet she's not familiar with that. That's quite interesting. I see where he's going with this.
Yeah, sure. And you know, I mean, the bigger issue is going to be like the bite mark analysis in terms of identification was the more specific type of issue. I don't know. Jackson might be able to rehabilitate a little bit. I don't think that she's trying to say that Chloe in particular made these marks, but yeah, let's see where it goes. Let's see.
And Bob, clearly the defense's like objection and sidebar kind of bit them in the ass, because then Lolly got specific, and she still was unaware.
Right.
Not from the NAS report that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What she's specifically referring to is that.
Do you have a specific?
What she's referring to is forensic odontology is a non-specific science, and in science, I'll be very brief. Science, we look for quantitative versus qualitative. What she's saying is that, in broad terms, you can qualify something by saying it is a bite mark, and that's what the study has held. But as a specific identifier, you know, we were mentioning Bundy a little while ago. That would not hold water today. Okay. Do you say this is definitely Ted Bundy? You can say that it's a bite mark, but there's too many components to quantify it. the teeth are in such a way, and it's such a dynamic event. If anybody's ever been attacked by a dog, for instance, it's not a static event. You're trying to get away from the dog, and you move, your body articulates in different ways, your response to pain, all of this sort of thing. And they came to understand that after a period of time. We can't quantify this. There's no way to quantify it. And that's what this report had to do with. You can say that it's a bite mark, but you can't say to whom this bite is connected. I'm sorry.
Right. So
and that's a great point. And the thing with this particular type of science, believe me, and I'm talking to the people in the chat, the defense bar was all about this. This is defense bar stuff where we were trying to have this kind of science kind of rooted out as being junk science or completely unreliable. So it's not working for the defense right in this situation, but generally speaking, it's the defense bar that has been trying to say, hey, look, this type of evidence, forensic evidence, is specious. And so, just have a basic understanding of that out there, people.
So,
it ain't DNA, trust me.
Right. The defense should be objecting to this line of questioning because of what Joe just explained. This expert is not saying Chloe inflicted these bites. And if she was, then everything he's saying right now would definitely be relevant. Also, I was trying to point this specific fact out when people on the Karen Reed is so guilty, I've got my eyes closed to everything else side is saying this expert didn't even review Chloe's bite marks. Why wouldn't she review Chloe's bite history and Chloe's teeth? And I'm saying she doesn't need to, because never in a million years can anyone ever get into a court of law that that the bites are consistent with this particular dog's teeth. So she didn't need to look at it.
Right.
A question about that, or
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no?
Yes.
Skewed population in the study.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
Yes.
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, man. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an actual response to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
So from your observations, you looked at various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or scratch.
Legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe
He's at the end.
reportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes. So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about
Large.
whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, for the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Well, forensic, yes.
Could you repeat that? What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and
Today.
Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
To the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Clothing was not sent.
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
Clothing.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior?
Anterior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe, is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed? In the
Objection.
East arm?
Objection. You can't.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but
That's
answer
exactly
that
what he
question
just
now. Next
told you
question.
that article wasn't allowing you to do. You should just stop now, Lolly. Jackson was asleep for that. Jackson was asleep. But he can clean it up.
So is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there?
He's
you're saying
opening the
no,
door.
it had to be an animal attack.
That opens the door.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking you is.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Go ahead.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No.
But you did anyway.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Please report.
All right. Sadly, Joe's got to bounce.
You should have let me ask Joe this stuff when I wanted to. Robert,
I mean,
I'll take a couple of questions, but yeah,
All right.
I got to bounce out.
All right.
So
Go.
I want to know what your opinion is of the injuries and if you think there's any chance in hell they could be caused by the taillights. Unless I asked it too generally, because now but.
Well, she's, I think what's really interesting here is the way this question was phrased or what her response was relative to blunt force injuries. The injuries that you see on the arm are not consistent with blunt force necessarily. Okay. Those are linear superficial scratches, if you will. Now, do dogs generate those? Yeah, they can, but so does an undercarriage of a car. I don't know how many thousands of motor vehicle accidents she's worked. I've worked many, and I've seen the undercarriage of cars generate this kind of injury. However, you still have to account for the clothing. You know, how protected is this? Another interesting little aside here is that she didn't do a very good job of explaining, or maybe, let me rephrase that, maybe the Commonwealth didn't do a very good job of following up with this question about the mechanism of a dog bite. It's not just one set of teeth that are doing this. It's the full on mouth, you know, because dogs bite. They don't just bite with their uppers or their lowers. They bite with both. It's a grasping type of event. So how can you look at that set of injuries and say that that is definitively a classic bite mark from an animal? Because it's got to chomp down like this. So you would think what he's trying to get at is that you would have this kind of communicating insult where you'd have tops and lowers relative to that. I saw one person that asked a question about inflammatory response to an injury, and she did a good job in this, where she's talking about that the death, there was not as much of an inflammatory, and I'm paraphrasing, inflammatory response is one of the things that we look for relative to these injuries. We would literally dissect the injury and to see if there's any kind of focal area of hemorrhage in there that came about in the antemortem state, that is prior to death, but yet you don't have the associated swelling that comes along after. You know, all of us have been injured at some point in time. You get the initial nick, and then as you begin to go along, it begins to swell across that area. That's what she's getting at in that particular. So he was injured. He was in the status of, in this hypothermic status, obviously, because that was recognized at autopsy and that's been testified to. And the inflammatory response didn't kick in. So what that means is that he died shortly thereafter, or within just a matter of an hour or so.
What is anything about this clothing? This is the shirt. Anything about that helpful or say anything to you?
Yeah, that one spot right there appears to be consistent with a punctate presentation. That just essentially means fancy term for hole. You heard her use it. I'd used it previously. It's kind of the common vernacular in medicine. But there's nothing else around that area that gives you an indication that this is the dynamic of a ripping or a biting event. Because you would think that if you have it here, you're going to have it in other locations. And of course, we're only looking at this one little kind of contained area here. We're not seeing the entire overall picture. And no, I understand completely. And I found it interesting also about the swabbing of the clothing as opposed to the swabbing of the wounds. They missed a chance. I'll have to say that.
Yep. All right, you're awesome. Let's let him run. He's got to bounce, babe. I know we'd love to keep him for hours. Can't wait to have you back on, man.
Thank
you
so
guys.
much.
You've been very kind. Thank you for having me on, and I hope to see you down the tracks. All right.
Yeah, you know it. You know it.
All right, guys. Take care. Talk to you. All right.
Ciao.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, let's keep rolling. If Jay's back, like he went to go pick up his kids, y'all. Jay's fine. It's their last day of school, so he popped. He popped.
Right, I did not usurp him. I told him I wanted it to be him, not me.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark. Doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attended to highly trained dog highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Pig ear again.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes.
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you finish that answer for us?
Yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor,
Is it a dynamic?
having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
What?
So asked and answered? Like, what's
Can
the
you tell the
objection?
jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach?
How can we approach?
Yes. Because then I want you to tell the jury it's.
Hey,
What's up?
there he is.
You
This
missed it
guy-
all. The judge dismissed it.
Oh
He's
my
sober.
Lanta, I missed
Wow,
the dismissal. Wow.
The dismissal. So yeah, we had Joe popped on, got some heat, took some heat in there. Mods did a great job.
I thought he did a great job. And,
I thought
and
he's
I
got
never-
no dog in the fight. He doesn't give a shit one way or another.
No.
And people just like,
hey, just like when I thought she might have said, John, was that you?
right.
I said it, like, hey, we need to take this into consideration,
I mean, look, we from the get-go for this trial and every trial for the rest of time, we were going to call it like we see it, and we've got no dog in any hunt. Just people online and social media don't convince me of jack shit ever. Period. The only thing that convinces me of anything is evidence.
I think we got
That's
bloop bloop time, by the way.
Bloop bloop. I wanted to
was blip,
say
blip.
blip blip. The problem with Lucky's testimony, it completely contradicts the whole concept of Jen McCabe
You are unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more
Googling how
questions?
long to die in the
Okay.
cold.
All right.
Do you understand that? You understand
We're
that?
about to go to lunch. Yes. And more than that, so does this doctor's testimony, because according to what Joe was sort of rounding out for us, is that it happened after he starts to the body is starting to get cold.
Right.
So he's alive, but the body's already starting to get cold. Is the way Joe explained it.
So that doesn't like somebody like I think C-Dub had like, oh, that destroys your theory. Not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily destroy my theory. But Lucky hurts my theory pretty badly.
Yes, Lucky hurts everybody's
Theories,
except that he was inside that house until whatever time. But then how is the phone not moving starting at whatever time it wasn't moving from? I mean, the whole thing is just so
fucking confusing. It's so confusing.
I wish I could like solve it.
Everyone was very worried about J-Bo. I explained that you went to go pick up the kids the last day of school. Yeah.
No, actually Monday is, but it's finals. It's they both have a final on Monday. Then they are done. Yeah, in New York we go late June, but we don't go back till like late September
after Labor Day. That's
like
nice.
September Labor Day. So
that's nice.
And I'll just say, well, let's see. But I think she was doing lunch, so check and see.
All right, let's see what happens.
Hey, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So she didn't allow her to restate her opinion.
That she left it very. I thought that was an unfair way to end.
I don't know. I don't want to have anything that might have Allie leave me, and a handlebar mustache might be too much, man. I don't know. She might say, you know what?
So much.
Thanks, babe.
All right, jurors, we will take our lunch.
All right. Watch Bab's smile was so nice today.
Well, if you're behind and they went at 1, like it should only be about.
There was a lot of bitter, like, can we stay on with the trial? What's going on? Like we weren't that far behind,
right? And it allows us to like, but
not like because I'm real time right now. I think.
You know, something occurred to me why she probably pushed for this longer day. I wonder it's because wasn't that last doctor from like California? Like it was probably like how long are these witnesses that they want to call? They're not in state, right? They're from out of state. So the defense is probably like, let's get these people out of here this week instead of me having to pay a whole weekend for them to board.
Sure.
You know, so I wonder if that's why
especially Dr. Marie there, man. They don't like she's out from California. They don't want her hanging in there.
I venture to guess that
Amy loves your energy today, babe.
All right, thanks.
All right. That Allie energy. Hashtag Allie energy.
Charging for her off time. I venture to guess, but maybe, I mean, she's been an expert many a time, so probably take your money where you can get it. And she is probably, I take it back. So she's probably charging for.
Oh God, Spitfires. No, she's joining in on the handlebar mustache, the party here. Like y'all got to know, this is a well-kept beer. I have mad wax. I got all the balms and the waxes. My shit's tight, bro. Like, can't you just envision the handlebar right there?
No,
the handlebar. I mean, like, I got to shave this guy down here, get rid of the side shit.
I did it once for
the handlebar is like this thing. That's not this thing.
No, that's like that. The twisty guys, like the handlebars, where it looks like handlebars coming straight.
Right.
Down.
So then you just wouldn't it be exactly what you have without the
except in the side gone.
I did that once for a Movember, and Shannon was not happy with me.
She did not like it. She wanted to slap your face.
She hated it.
Come in here. I'm going to slap your face.
Allie, while we're on break here, why don't you just go on that grand piano and play us some songs?
Would you play us a ditty?
Play us piano, man.
Play us Tiny Dancer.
Hold me closer,
Tiny Dancer. All right, so heads up, you all are gonna have to carry the day. Dude, I gotta get Scarlett to softball. I have to have her at the field by 2:30. I'm not gonna bounce right now, but yeah, like it's a rare Friday beginning of a tournament game.
Okay, so then we need to get this straight because I'm not catching the heat for I chose not to be at her game and keep doing this. So is Jay carrying the entire stream at 3:00?
Well, no, what you can do is you can there's a second game that you can come to.
Huh? Oh, so I'm missing the first.
You can't leave anyway. You gotta like house sit the dogs and shit.
No, that part is
No,
Oh,
you gotta
wow.
watch the dogs. You gotta
Wow.
watch the dogs.
Oh, look at how he's ready. Just make mommy look like the
I can
bad
I
guy.
can handle it. If you gotta
Mommy
go,
is
I
not
can
going
handle
to
it.
think
I've done
like
this before.
Right.
I-
He's done this before.
it's not his first rodeo.
Yeah,
You
he
just
knows.
hang with Jay. You could come after, because it's like it's the same thing that we had the discussion with last time. You're like, I need to get off at this time to go see the baby, because it was like same shit. So her game starts at 3:30, which is 4:30 in the East Coast. This thing, she's gonna call it at 4 o'clock today. So maybe you'll be 15 minutes late because it's in Elgin. So you're not a million miles.
I can handle it. I can handle it. If Alex she's doing me a favor coming on my show tonight. I can handle it. She can go. I will be fine. I've done this for over a year now. You guys are okay. I know how to man the stream.
All right.
I don't want
she'll
Allie to get
she'll
shit
do the
from
right
Scout.
thing. She doesn't need to get there an hour early.
I
You don't need to be there an hour. I got to leave early to drive her to
I
Elgin, and then
understand.
she's an
I
hour of
understand.
practice.
Don't worry, Bay. Don't worry.
You're really fighting
You're
me here.
sparing the people right now.
Mom and Dad are fighting. I'm gonna have to talk to a therapist about this. I can't do this anymore.
Missy's voting for mutton chops. Never happening. Never happening.
Was that Scouty back there?
Oh, yeah. Scout's super salty at the chat. She's like, she's on a camera strike. She's never coming on after mom.
No,
I told you not to.
Yeah.
It wasn't the chat.
Hunger
There
strike.
was no poll.
She's
There
on a
wasn't
hunger
chat.
strike.
It was
She's on
Mama.
a hunger strike. She like her like you guys crushed her confidence and her happiness. She
Oh,
was weeping all night in her bed.
stop.
Come here and show
Say
people.
hi. Say
Don't
hi.
even come on camera. And she's
Scout, come on. I want to ask you about your game.
She's in her adorable uniform. Come here.
Everyone in chat, put a 1 in the chat if you want Scout to come on.
Lots of ones.
All right,
Roll the 1 up if you want Scout to come
Overwhelming.
join
Look
us.
at him, love. Scout, scout, scout.
There we go. All the ones. They're using your emoji. The people want Scout.
Oh,
the
the
1,000 ones.
Scoutster.
Scout. They all want Scout. Where is she?
Look at it. Do you
Come on.
see
All right, you got all the ones.
We have
You got all
questions
the
about your game. I want to know who you're playing. I want to know what position you're playing. What's your spot in the lineup? We have questions.
Wow.
Scout, come on. All I see is your emoji up here.
Wow.
If you don't come
Is
now,
that-
you're not gonna be
now they're
invited
going to be
back.
upset with you. All right, come on. They give you all the love. Oh, what a moment in time. Look
There
at
she
you.
is.
Show 'em your cute
Number
little uniform.
15.
Number
What's the name? The
15.
Diamonds? What's the name?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh, look at that.
yeah. She had a nice little we had a nice little hitting practice last night.
Looks like I'm here too.
Oh, I love you. We love
So
you. Nookie gets very, very jealous of
Speaking
Scout.
of which, I've decided, and Scarlett, I can't remember if you were there when I put it all together, of why the dog would always get so jealous when we were
He's
FaceTiming
up
with
on the
baby.
chair.
Yeah, when we'd FaceTime with the baby and be like, "Oh, hello, you're so cute," because that's like we talk to the dog like that sometimes. So he's like, "Wait, that's me." When you use that baby hello voice, like, "Oh, the cutest little
Oh, me? No, it's Fuzzy Puppy. Who's the Fuzzy Puppy? Yeah.
Right, it's similar to the way we talked on FaceTime with the baby when he was like, you know, and like, right, Scout?
The Fuzzy Puppy, the Fuzzy Puppy. What are you doing, buddy? My Fuzzy Puppy.
I'm wondering why
Who's my Fuzzy Puppy? He's such a sweet guy. Oh, you got all the love.
No.
Look.
They know his name.
They know. Yeah, they know. They know.
No, Scout is
Wow.
adorable.
Wow.
So
Look at
Scout,
all
how
that.
many games when you have a tournament? How many games do you play? Does it depend if you keep? Is it win and go or what's the deal?
Sometimes. Dad says only one game.
No, Ashley, there's two. It'll be fun. It's under the
Oh
lights.
no, you don't want to
Under-
play 2 games?
No, she
Is it
wants
too,
to.
Is it too hot? Is that why?
It's well, she probably wants to do some with her friends. It's probably the big.
And her position changes and her place in the lineup changes, although in her several most recent games, it's been like in the top, you know, like couple people because she's been
Nice.
like a champ. She
Dad,
used to be, you know,
Wait, there might only, oh yeah, there's only one game tonight. Yeah, so
wait, what?
Not even at night.
there is only one game. So yeah.
It's not
Well,
even
you
at
realize
night.
our friends are playing in I got a text from Nikki, not Cakes, but saying that the Nth is playing in Indiana tonight. And I was like, oh, he's so lucky that we couldn't come anyway because Scarlett's got evening games. So I wonder if we could.
I don't know where Elkhart is.
Oh, no, we're doing a live anyway. So I'll take it back.
Yeah. What are you going to stiff Jay after he's already promoted it?
That's okay. If you have to go, I can.
She's going to dip out on you, Jay.
It's okay. I really, that's okay.
Dip out on you, man. Wow. What do you like? Just dipping out on my boy?
Not all of a sudden. That's all.
Brutal. That's brutal.
The Scout Lunch Show.
Yeah, Dom's mom coming in hot with 5 DD memberships. Love it. Swiss Army Scout. Love it. Amy Albers, loved you on STS. You really shined. She did. I thought she was great on there last night. I thought it was a great panel. Really did. I thought it was, especially Allie though. Allie and my boy.
Stop.
Yeah. No. I mean, but I really liked, dude.
Yeah, he was great.
He was great.
Because it's not very often that and you've seen that in this case, a lot of former police and police coming forward and saying something, this is just not right. And
yeah,
he wasn't shy.
I'm curious as to who's next. I'm curious.
Someone put in the chat, but I forgot now.
I mean, we can't. There must be more than just these two, and the Fed experts, because that's not 4 days.
Well, they have to have don't they have like a Celebrite or
oh, they've got that. Yeah, I think they're going to end with their
Richard Green. Isn't that the
Celebrite guy? Is he coming on?
Maybe.
Where? How are you guys knowing what the order of the witnesses are? I want to know.
Well, are you guessing?
I'm guessing they're getting it from folks on the old Twitter, but I could be wrong.
Dog hair coming at me.
Because they, if there's journalists in the court, they see who's
Ben
there.
Ben Chu.
Yes, and that was a great podcast name. I think Bob was like, "Damn it, I'm the nickname person." Joel's the podcast name person.
On it, yeah, chew on it. I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't love it as much as everybody else. So I'm like, he could do better.
Bob.
It seemed like he rejected the concept of a pod anyway. So
he did. He doesn't.
Mom, why do you have that little background on?
What do you mean?
Because
that's our new house. Do you like it?
This is
I got you piano lessons. That's where you're gonna learn how to play the piano right there. It's gonna be lovely. He'll sing us songs.
People found that very depressing.
Because she's actually in jail, if you could see right now, and she has to put that up to make sure people don't know that.
Where's Mom?
She's on a jail call. Like she got arrested
Wait, where is Mom?
At Bryce.
I really had to pay. It's like $12 a minute for this jail.
Wait,
call
where
with
is Mom?
Rise. I'm with Stella and Wilson. I'm coming to your game.
Oh, that's the look of betrayal.
Oh, I thought you were with the baby. I was like,
oh no,
that was the look of betrayal right there.
No baby. It's super depressing because there's all this baby stuff around.
All the babying. All the babying.
Stuff. They still have the balloons. I had them up earlier. It's hard to tell with the fake background.
Meg, I remember that. I did use that background. People are like, oh, your house is super nice. I'm like, thanks. 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 It was all Allie. Allie does our decorating. She got that fabulous piano that none of us can play.
See,
we just like to have it appear like
no, I can play.
No, you can't.
Yes, I did. I literally learned in school.
You can't.
I know how to play
chopsticks.
No, I know how to play
Babe, that's live. I got a client to call while this is going on.
Okay.
All right, good question from the chat. What positions do you play in softball, Scout?
I play second and outfield.
She rakes. She's a good hitter.
Except I'm getting a lot of RBIs, and that's not good.
No, RBIs are good. That's when
it's not when I'm the first batter.
No, they're good no matter what batter you are if you're getting RBIs.
Yeah, you always want RBIs. That's excellent.
Not if I'm the first batter.
What do you think? What are you thinking RBI stands for? I think you're having a misinterpretation.
Well, I can't get an RBI if I'm the first batter.
Yeah, you can. Only like number one, you can hit a home run leading off the game. That's an RBI. Like it counts as an RBI for you if you score the run. Also, like for the rest of the game, like you can get RBIs the whole game because you're not leading off every inning. hit wherever you're going to hit when that inning was. They go through the lineup, so you
It
can.
was actually good because usually she goes like, say I'm like the first batter, because like my last tournament I was the first batter every single time except when
They call it the lead off person. Jay, tell Scout how important a good leadoff person is in baseball.
Sets the tone. So important.
Setting the table.
First, everyone's watching. They're seeing the picture. They're like, you're the first person that has to like show everyone like, what is this? What's this picture? What's their stuff? You're up there showing them, especially if you take a lot of pictures. Even if you strike out, you take a lot of pictures. Like it's important for the rest of the team. But yeah, and then if you get on, you're setting the tone. It's very important.
Got speed, Jay. Like she loves to get into pickles, though. It's like
those are
like,
fun.
listen. I'm like, listen, like she created a pickle. Like she had the second base stolen by like 1,000,000 miles. For some reason, she decides to like start a pickle.
Well, let me ask you, is it because you don't like to slide? Are you how's your
no,
sliding?
I like sliding.
Oh, okay, all right.
She's very good at. You're good at sliding, though. Did you say you don't like it?
No, I said I do like it.
Yeah, it's like you're an excellent slider. You good? Oh, she has Anjanette Levy has the same home decor. Yeah, the baby grand
house as you.
Yeah, she's actually my long lost sister. All right, do me a favor. Go see if Grandpa's down there. He was like rooting around. See if he's okay because he texted me or he called. Can you go check on your grandpa, please? Make sure that he's okay. And we got to get you some food before the game. So what did you?
There's no food in this house.
Oh, geez, I blame Mom. There's definitely nuggos. You want some nuggos? Do you? What did you catch? Did you catch the testimony?
Hey, your dad. I think your dad does need you. You should pop down there a sec.
I got it. Go ahead, Bob.
Who was that? Was that a ghost?
That was the
ghost of Valley,
the Great Wizard of Valley.
Yeah.
All right, Bob said take care of this. Thanks for being here, folks. Appreciate it. If you haven't hit that like, hit it. I am keeping an eye on the feed to see if we're going live. It should be back at 1:45, but we know it'll probably be 2. Right now it's 1:37 p.m. Eastern. If you missed it, state has rested. There's a motion for a directed verdict. Denied. Case is continuing. Oh, Scout, nice. It's me and Scout time. So how hot is it? Like 90 degrees there? It must be so freaking hot for you to play softball.
My dad said that it was night games, but it's not night games.
Do you wear eye black when you play? Like the stuff under your eyes? You do?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you wear like wristbands?
Yeah.
Nice. Here's a very important question.
My team really wanted them because I feel that they're intimidating.
Yes. Do you wear your socks up to your knees?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the way to do it. That's the only way to do it, is to wear your socks up to your knees.
Oh,
89.
I just showed everyone where I live.
You just doxed it. Everyone's coming to your house. Everyone, we're going to Scouts and we're having a party.
No.
She just doxed the entire Matas. We're all going there and we're gonna have a party. Does your helmets have the thing, right? The mask, your helmets?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important. You don't want to get
When I'm playing, it's going to be 92 degrees.
So what is everyone going to say to you? If it's what should you do since it's going to be 92 degrees?
Drink water.
Yes. Do you drink water or Gatorade or something like that?
I usually just drink water.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That Gatorade stuff is just all sugar. Get you hyped up, get you jacked up on the juice. No one wants that. So how many games is the most you've played in a tournament in one day?
4.
That's a lot of softball. You must be exhausted when you were done.
It's like last tournament, we had just 3 games back to back and back.
That's a lot of running around.
Yeah, I was so sore I could barely even move.
What, your legs or just your whole body?
My whole body. After the tournament, I was like a grandpa.
What else are you doing this weekend?
I think I have a softball tournament every day this weekend. But if not, then I'm going to go to my friend Isabella's house.
Does she have a pool?
No.
Damn.
Except I was supposed to hang out with her this weekend, and then I had a softball tournament. So.
Do you know what Sunday is?
Today's the actual first official day of summer.
Yes, I did. And do you know what happened 2 days from now in 1980 in the Bronx, New York, during a heat wave? You want to know what happened?
What?
I was born. The
You were
Bronx.
born?
Yeah, I was born 44 years. Well, 44 years ago in 1980 on June 23rd during a heat wave. My mom had to go to the hospital in the Bronx, and I was born.
You were born at a Bronx hospital?
Yes. Yep. The birthing of Jay. That's right. How old did you think I was? I should have asked you before I said that. How old did you think I was?
What do you mean?
Like, did you have an idea in your head of how old you thought I was before I just said how old I was?
How old are you?
Oh, you don't know. All right. How old do you think I am?
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. What are you going to say here?
I think you're younger than my dad, because my dad
Okay.
kind of old.
So what do you think?
Like, I don't want to be mean, but I don't want to be nice.
Just people give me crap all the time. I could take it. Whatever you think.
Like, whoa.
84.
Did Disney
Mods
give it
Dizzy.
away?
62. This is outrageous.
Are
Go
you
ahead.
like, are you like 40, like 4.5?
Yes. Well, I'm gonna be 44.
Okay.
You want to know a cool thing about being born in 1980? If I ever forget my age, this is all I have to do, Scout. So it's 2024.
Okay.
I had 20 plus 24. I'm 44. 20 plus 23. That's how I will forever know my birthday if I ever forget it. In 2030, I'll be 50 years old.
Forget your birthday.
Well, how
do you
old
guys
I
know
was?
how? Do you guys know how old my dad is?
How old is he? 50.
No. I'm new to the channel. Oh, hello, CSN. Does Scout play softball? Yes. Awesome Powerade pops and cooling towels. My dad used to do ice baths when he would play. Oh, we're getting some 52s, 54s. Someone's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
People are guessing. You tell the folks how old is your dad? People want to know.
Oh, 25? Oh, that's good. I'm going to click on the person that's right. Wait, my dad won't want me to expose him. Wait.
Susan got it. Susan Skinner is the winner.
No, Sue, that's not right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's not right. Is
Yeah.
that not right? Is that not right, Scout? Scout, first of all, if anyone in here says a word to Bob or Allie about what she told us, we will take you down. Me and Scout will come to your house.
Yeah, and we'll, because one of you already on Twitter exposed me, and
that was messed up that they did that. They asked me. I said I won't. I'll take it to the grave, and then they posted it. Outrageous. Snitches get stitches. They end up in ditches. Am I right, Scout?
yeah.
What time was I born? In the morning, I believe. Early.
We won't tell on you. Does post-punk mama know? Is
No,
Bob older than... Yes. My dad is older than my mom.
Yeah, Spitfire. Can you believe it? Someone did that to Scout.
Yeah.
Not on my watch. Not on my
Twitter
watch.
tattled. They Twitter tattled on me.
Do you have any thoughts of when you get a little bit older, or whenever your parents let you, having like your own YouTube or anything like that, or they won't let you, so you can't?
I don't want to.
Good. Is that because they made you watch that? What movie did your mom make you watch again? The Social Network. What was it called? The
Social Dilemma.
She made you. She made you watch. Did that turn you off from ever using it again? Social Dilemma.
No, I just don't want to. It's just brain rot.
It's just brain rot. That's true. You would not believe how rotted my brain is, Scout. It's like a massive just hole in my brain.
How do you spell Social Dilemma?
SOCIALDILEMMA. Yes, that's right.
You did it way too fast. Oh, I got it. Never mind. Oh.
Big fan.
Whoa,
Sharp.
it's only an hour and 34 minutes. It felt like a billion, gazillion.
What's only an that? Well, yeah, when you get forced to watch a documentary.
And every time I turned on my side and I was like not sitting like this and I was just sitting on my side of the couch like this and I was watching, my mom's like, you better not fall asleep or we're watching it again.
Oh, she punished you. That's messed up. Well, let me ask you this. What is your favorite movie?
Right now, I've really been watching this one movie, but it's probably not my favorite movie. It's just a movie that I could like watch a billion times.
What is it? Princess Bride?
I've never seen that.
You've never seen The Princess Bride?
Yeah.
Oh my Lanta, your parents are in trouble. What?
You hear this? Ready?
No, I can't really hear that.
Oh, that's lame.
I can't believe you've never seen Princess Bride. That is like a must that you have to watch it. I promise you will love it. I think.
You know, my dad has makeup.
I did not know that. Now you're really exposing him. You just said you would expose him.
He puts makeup on for News Nation and stuff.
Does he put on blush? Eyeliner?
This is like no. This is like.
Does he put on lipstick? What does he put on?
This is contour, I think.
Oh, fancy.
And it's Charlotte Tilbury. I might steal it. Oh, no.
Are you left-handed? Do you see the question here? Are you left-handed?
No, I'm right-handed. But
Same. Right-handers unite.
I have horrible handwriting.
Same.
You guys are going to make fun of me, but this is how I hold my pencil. Ready?
No, you don't.
This is how I hold my pencil.
No, you don't.
Huh?
First of all, do you even write? How often do you even use like a pen in school? Like, aren't you typing everything? Do you have a laptop when you go to school?
Yeah.
So, like, how often are you even writing in there?
Oh,
a lot of people are agreeing that they write the same way.
What do you mean?
They're saying I hold mine that way too. Let me get a pencil.
I hold mine like I have like.
This is how you're supposed to hold it, like this.
How do you write like this? Who writes like this?
I write like this, and that's why I have like a little bump on my middle finger for the rest of my life. No, like this, like this.
That's just.
Do you want to see something that's embarrassing? Do you want to see what my signature looks like?
Yeah.
Legit, this is how I sign everything. It's really bad. Ready?
Yeah.
That's weird. No, you guys are weird. All right, so this is how I sign stuff. This is. I swear to you, Scout. This is how I sign everything. Like, I'm not even kidding.
Show me. Let me show you mine.
Yes, let's see yours. Like, that is legitimately. If you, I know a lot of people probably want my autograph. If you ever get one, this is what it'll look like. I've never been asked for one, Scout, but maybe one day when someone asks for my autograph, they'll be like, "What the hell is this?" I'll never know who that is.
Uh-oh, that was bad. Wait.
Easy to forge. No one's forging my signature, Kim, unless they want to get negative money out of something. Yeah, it's terrible. I agree.
That's my signature.
Which one? Where? SW?
No, it's SJN.
I'm gonna do it again because this is exactly what I do every time. This is a little different, but this is basically. I don't know. Yeah, if you want my social security number, it's 123.
No, Jay. Shh.
Oh, all right. Esquire at the end of my signature? No, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just an idiot that's yelling at a screen, so I don't.
1, 2, 3, 1, 5, 7.
Well, Simply Bell says your signature is better than mine, and I tend to agree.
Look, this is my good.
Scout, here's a question for you. Do you know who this is?
Yeah,
Who?
it's from Toy Story.
Yes, what's her name? Do you like Toy Story, by the way?
I used to. I haven't watched it in a long time. Have you seen Inside Out 2 yet?
No, but Sloan did, and she said it was very sad. Did you watch it?
Not yet. Don't tell me.
Do you know who this is?
No.
No? You don't really know who this is? Oh man. Well, you know who this is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hulk. Robin?
Yes. Oh, were you looking at the chat?
No.
I'm sure you know who this is.
Olaf.
I've never seen this movie ever once. Never seen it. Yeah.
I'm so educated on my Disney.
Here's a Disney one for you. Do you know who this is?
That's one of the 7 dwarfs.
Yeah, I think it's Sneezy.
Oh yeah.
Is that one of them? Sneezy?
Yeah. Sneezy.
Yes, I've never seen Frozen or Titanic, and I won't watch either until I die. Who's this?
Jay is turning 44. That's Belle. I'm gonna say this wrong, but Osias Cat is here to confirm that it's Sneezy. He got a red nose. There's like Sneezy. Oh, that's Wonder Woman.
Very good. Who's this?
Oh, that's from My Little Pony. It's like
Yes.
Starlight or something.
Oh, I'll have to look that up.
Batman.
Did you like the Batman Lego movie?
A fat version of Batman.
No, it's not fat. It's like you never had these growing up, like as a kid, even though you are a kid, as a younger kid.
No,
Little people, they're called Fisher Price. Little people.
I've never seen that before.
You've never seen these little guys? You put them on little toy. They have like circle.
Look,
Oh, Scout, guess what? Hold on, I gotta tell you something.
Look, this is a photo we took in Pennsylvania. Oh, it just disappeared. Oh.
Aw, golden hour. That's a great picture.
Yeah, look, the background's so pretty.
Scout, look what someone got me off my from Amazon. It was so nice of them. Look at this thing. You know what this is?
Is that a GoPro?
Kinda. I'm gonna put it on my car. Like it's like a dash cam. So like someone cuts me off, I'm gonna get their license plate, look them up, find where they live, and take care of things. I'm kidding. No, I'm gonna have a channel where you ever go to garage sales? I have a separate channel. Did you know that, Scott, where I resell stuff? So I think I'm gonna put this on my car and then like show people as I drive to different garage sales and make a video about it.
Oh, like that one guy?
Which one guy? Gary Vaynerchuk? We talked about this before, but I don't think we talked about. Did you know I have a gavel, Scout, by the way? Someone got me a gavel. Oh, I hear court. Oh, you have one too.
Mine's rusty and old.
Except I got to present because Bob is presenting. So let me share my screen.
Oh, my dad. Oh, did you guys all see me show that?
Show what?
Oh, never mind.
We gotta get a thing with you on it, an overlay with you.
Defense calls Richard Reed.
This is an expert that you can watch. I think your parents will be fine with it. This is Richard Green. You know what this little guy with the little table does? It's his job.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take this step.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, if you pull that microphone as close to your face as you can so your voice will be kept up, and I'd ask you to state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Richard Green, that's Green.
And where do you live, sir?
I now reside in
Oh, this is annoying.
What do you do?
I own and operate a company called United States Forensics.
And what is United States Forensics?
Sure. We're a digital investigation firm. We have, we're licensed in Florida and Michigan, but we do cases across the country.
All right. And again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay.
I'll
do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction with others?
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with a federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. Quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it at about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
Okay. And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
All right. Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Yeah, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education since you did?
Okay, well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree. The certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association criminal investigation specialist. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took us like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases.
And have a shine on court TV, Jay.
Do about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing your attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is
royal we.
Royal we. He said
royal we
on your phone, and
we know
it's
he
in
meant the royal we.
certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points, and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28.
Correct.
Now, if I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I placed that document before you. Could you familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done?
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact? Is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Damn it, is this green?
Yeah.
He's already gotten started here? I've missed everything?
He's deep.
No, you haven't.
Deep.
I mean,
you missed it all. Just tell her, Jay. Don't be afraid.
No
to
objection.
bear
Oh, I'm
feelings.
sorry. I thought you said objection.
So did I, babe. I was
So you
making
need to
lunch
give
for the
a
little one.
court reporter.
I'm all flustered.
Oh, he's flustered, is he?
Oh,
it's a hot one in here.
Have that again.
Thank you.
With permission,
I
I'd
thought
like to
Bev
call this
already decided to throw this case out. I changed my mind. Verdict directed.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you
Hey,
tell
you
us?
guys in the chat, let me
What
know
you
how
learned
qualified you've decided
from that
this
exhibit?
is after the whole
Well,
scheme
Listen,
part.
dude, you're talking through
Yeah,
the
I'll
guy's
just use the
testimony.
pointer here, might help.
Rewind
You can
it,
see up in
sorry,
this
rewind
part here, where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Oh, and if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at 34 Fairview, but was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us. The degree of accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98% on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps, 20 steps within a certain time period, 98% of the time Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, that came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
When he puts on his glasses, he kind of looks like Roger Ebert and Steve Martin combined, a love baby of the two.
No objection.
Steve Martinbert. There you go.
All needs to go out.
Roger Martin.
May I publish that, Your Honor?
Okay.
Specifically, I'd like
Martin, bro. I like
to
that.
start with page 2, record 2.
And you're right, he does.
Hey, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
I don't know what this probably shit is, old man. You definitely need bifocals.
And if it's easier, you can look on
I need 'em.
your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's a milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said the same time period, so again, 12:21:10 to 12:24:22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And if Mr. Bates, you could post that.
I hope they compare ways to a
When
known
you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could
time.
tell the jury what that reflects.
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors. That represents elevation change. So it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps. And the time period for that is 12:22:14 to 12:24:37.
Okay, did you say 12:21:14 to 12:22, I'm sorry, 12:24:37?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 12:20.
More important than any of this, I asked Scout on the lunch break if she saw The Princess Bride, and she said no. So you guys,
You know what she has seen, Jay, is Shawshank Redemption, my friend.
that's a great movie, but
Priority,
that
bro.
doesn't mean she still needs to see The Princess Bride, sir.
I'm gonna let her watch that with her uncle Jared, Allie's brother. That's his favorite movie.
All right, well, let's
in the, like it's good. Like
It's
that movie
good,
is
it's
never
classic.
Listen, man, I've seen them all. And it falls in the 80%. It's got some scenes that I enjoy, type shit. It's not but Allie's brother loves it. He thinks it's one of the finest.
Yes, because it's an all-time classic, Bob. Sir, you're
Listen, I think you're throwing around all-time classic
Princess
fucking manhole
Bride?
covers here, man. Yeah, dude. No,
Allie, what are
and I
your
love
thoughts on
Carrie
this?
Ewell's. How do you pronounce it?
Use, I think.
Ewell's. Yeah. Did we already have this debate on how you pronounce that
I
guy's
don't
name? I think we had this conversation like a year about Carrie Ewell. The 2 Utes. The 2 Utes.
What do you think, Allie? What's your thought?
The 2
I
Utes.
mean, my brother definitely likes it more than I do.
Hey, that's why we're married. That's why we're married.
14 to
We're like
12,
the same
47 to
person.
37.
Nice. And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if it's the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, there is that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival, and we can.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
We have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640, if I may approach, Your Honor. Sure.
All right, let's see what he's got here.
First, Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Axiom program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay. There you go.
And first of all, are you? Now that writing is probably too small. I can't read it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.waze.iPhone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com. And then the application reference.
And what does that mean? It says it's highlighted on the screen, com.waze.iPhone. What does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice
I'm convinced.
about the relationship of the three of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that, I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. Move to strike.
Sustain, I'm willing to strike that. Next.
Objection. I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Certainly. Thank
and
you.
I'd like to go back to the Apple Health data, Mr. Binks, if you can put that back up. And this would be page 2, record number 3. And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do?
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is another entry from John O'Keefe's data, cell phone data, and this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince.
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Mayor.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened.
This could be taken.
First of all, the search was how long to die in cold, and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and in a company file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. Just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that wall file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db wall file?
Sure. So the wall file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column had it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for Haas long, and I say Haas, HOS long to Diane Cold, found in the browser state DB wall file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called Medicolegal time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, but that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah, so the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say,
and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no. So we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How'd you use them?
I think Jay's got
all three
control
of
of
those
the
tools, along
trial.
with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did. They do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
What's that mean?
Did you find
He really is
other
a puffy
examples
Steve
of
Martin.
that you
He's
can
a
speak
puffy
to
Steve Martin.
before
No
this
question
jury?
about it. Jay nailed that one.
Yes, I believe we
Hey,
have
pause it.
one
Elliot-
printed out
Elliot
there.
wanted to say something.
May I?
I mean, I thought I was just trying to remember if ArtX was Whiffin's thing. It was something similar that
Whiffin.
he designed himself. And I'm wondering, and if we don't find out until cross, it won't look so great. But if they completely explained to him Whiffin's explanation for everything, and if he's got a counter to that, and as far as what I missed credentials wise, background wise, how did he just generally, how did he sound to you guys as compared to Whiffin?
He just got on and said this. Science. And they said, accept it as an expert. Proceed, sir. That's all you need to know, babe. Let's go.
Coach Ryan?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I placed the document before you, sir. If you could.
Well, Akasha's on here trying to start something.
I have it.
Remember, Akasha.
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for reigning men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only wanted to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of days and times.
Your accent is not as
First, I'd
believable.
offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, no.
That's true.
There you go.
This would be a lot more believable if he had a British accent.
And if he didn't look like a puffy Steve Martin.
And with the court's permission, may it be.
This is like if
Yes.
Steve Martin's the character in The Jerk just decided to eat like candy bars every day.
So we have a number of call-ins here.
Rob.
Could you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir? Or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history, and also I have the filter turned on for application usage because there are some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions.
Because I have to
see Akasha, he was pretty quick on the pause that time.
That was Jay, though.
That's what I
he's much
mean.
quicker on the pause than the Bob is.
Well, because I got to move over to the second screen, get the thing doing. It's all fucking the whole thing.
I'm gonna say, and it's like Allie's thought, mid whatever that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but nonetheless, there are so many victims out there with unsolved or even solved but unprosecuted cases because the case is not strong enough to be brought to trial and would just be a complete, he's great, a complete waste of resources. And for them to just, it's mind-boggling to me. So why this case particularly, a police officer, is that the explanation alone, is proceeding to trial when they know, and I guess mud on my face if the jury comes back with a verdict, but it seems very clear that the case is not there. Whether the dots can get followed to its logical end of a not guilty verdict, I guess we shall see. But for all those victims out there who they know what happened, like even on STS last night, I mean, that's also a different situation because it's like the reverse extreme where you've got a person in power kind of suppressing all the evidence and keeping it out of being investigated. But all those victims out there that they know who did it, but they can't and won't proceed to prosecute because they just can't prove the case in a court of law. And then they pull this shit. I mean, if I'm in Massachusetts, I'm like, oh, thanks for washing your assholes with my
whoa. After the shit you pulled here today. All right, listen,
like I said,
silly kitty, I love you guys, but can you please stop talking over the testimony? Doubtful, highly doubtful, but we'll try.
We will try. I did tell Bob I need a time where I can control the pause so that then I can talk at will and not.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to watch this thing with nobody talking, that's where you go to Court
They
TV.
just want
You
us
just
to
have to deal with
pause.
commercials. I mean, we try. It's like it's kind of crazy to try to, but what we try to do is slip it in between questions. Is what we're trying to do. Sometimes they're quick on the questions. That's all. And
will try.
sometimes if
We'd
we
love to
don't
have
just blurt it out, we'll forget our point. I mean, I know I will because I'm.
I know I try to write things down every once in a while, but that, it's not.
I forgot what I was gonna say. As I waited.
All right, go.
And that can give us a idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that's only showing dates that dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future, and then it's listed, and next to the date and time you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest earliest time to latest time, and this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is the significance of the Safari state tab being the last entry? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, so it tells us the internet history happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29:22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds?
Gotta listen to the podcast to get that joke.
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here.
Hey,
I feel a
Mr.
little silly.
Green, don't be stubborn. You're blind. You're
Yes,
blind.
on this
You need to
particular
show-
one.
he's
So
like
that
me.
is
Very
just
vain man.
moments before the Google search artifact.
Yeah,
The one
Louis
that
B.
you previously talked about, the How Long to Die in the Code.
How long to die in the code, yes.
But
Thanks,
all the other
Louis B.
history of this particular artifact was before.
Mandy, I
that time,
love this
correct?
man.
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended state tab with the It's Raining Men, what did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get
Okay.
what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have is all prior to the recording of that timestamp in the browser state.
All right, now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, is that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and how this user used this iPhone with this iOS, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for How Long to Die in Cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Huslong to Dying Cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
Okay, I moved my house around.
Oh, look at that.
Quickest redesign ever.
Gonna blip this.
As to the timing of that first search for Huslong to Dying Cold.
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out, it's all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is when I keep using the proverbial we, I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between the midnight and the early mornings on January 29, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. Sure. MMM for identification.
Yep.
Do you recognize what I've placed before you, sir?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Okay, this is from Cellbrite. It's a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
Okay. Are you able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want to say the name?
Sure.
Yep. Uncle Brian A.
Oh. I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I gotta tell you, like, I know I should be this way, but I'm at the point where none of this shit means anything to me. They close so weakly with Trooper Paul and then the medical examiner. Like, this means I don't care. This is over. I can't imagine the jury after seeing that medical examiner ever coming back with this just doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know.
But I do think the part that was helpful of this, I do think, is establishing that his phone was still moving, and because that's what's like the hardest for me to figure out what in the hell happened, because you're now talking about 30 seconds. I mean, even 3 minutes is such a short amount of time for him to walk in that house and something to happen. 30 seconds until you're dead and your phone doesn't move again is like, I just, that the only thing that does imply is that you were struck by a car as soon as you stepped out of it. You know what I mean?
So, folks, we're trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already be in evidence. It's one of 4 different numbers, so I sort of wanted to keep it with that. We are so far removed from where it was that this will just come in as the next exhibit. So you will technically have it in evidence twice.
Okay.
55. Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data, and this lists out the call log with a number of deleted items and a number of live items.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
If I get to see.
Sure.
Emily's right. She's like, screw it.
Confirmed it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified, so. Thank you. If you could hand that to the witnesses, if I could have the first page of that exhibit displayed. This is,
Jurors are probably going to believe any of them.
Exhibit.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page, we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again, AM. And then the normal recalls, what we call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct, yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 AM on January 29th, 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 AM on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
This is interesting. A sua sponte issue. So he was asking, what's this?
Muted.
I assume before that date she deleted like no calls, and then all of a sudden
You are unmuted.
So, Mr. Green, I'm not sure if that question was clear or if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you from the first recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 AM or so, what percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McCabe's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
Sua sponte is the judge of
No,
her own
sir.
accord.
I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been user deleted.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
I'm assuming that's what he was asking about.
Pause it for 1 second. All right, I'm bouncing. I love you guys.
It's in his softball gear.
Love you in
Love
the
you.
chat.
Good
You
luck
guys
in the
are
game.
amazing. You guys are amazing. Yeah, we're
Can
off.
you please text me where the
Yeah,
game in Elgin is and
I will.
the first
We've
game
been-
starts?
It's that place that we always go, but I'll text it to you. You'll recognize it. Love you, chat. Thank you guys so much for all the amazing generosity today. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just phenomenal.
I'm sorry. I think I stuck my sunglasses in like the little cabinet of the hutch above the keys. If not, they're on the island.
I didn't see them on the island. What, you mean your nighttime shades or your daytime shades?
Well, maybe my nighttime shades are next to the bed. but they're one of them. One of them.
Love you, Jay.
I love you. Good luck at the game.
I'll be hanging in the chat when Allie's on tonight, but so I'll see y'all later.
Grab my shades. Any one of them, any kind.
I will.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
You're still there. I'm removing you. Remove. He's gone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
By the way, Allie, if you gotta go, seriously, we only got like an hour left.
That's all. She doesn't even need to be there for about an hour,
Oh, all right.
And then she's got an hour until the game starts. So that's why he's saying it doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
Do you know who Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports or submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google searches on Ms. McCabe's phone?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
Now, just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I have participated in, I can't.
A couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea.
Or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffen's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffen's team reached out to you, and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what the testimony was. And I'm assuming that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct? No one else asked you to look at these phones, correct?
Oh, correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to, yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using there with something called Apple Map tiles. And those probably when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had to be working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple of weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know are what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, whether the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that, but all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? from what you observed?
And again, if I'm, there was, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for it?
You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Guarino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand you testified yesterday.
And so with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Guarino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite.
Doing anything.
I'm not trying not to answer you. You know, but I was asked by Mr. Yannetti to perform that search.
So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a CellHawk or a tool or anything like that?
No, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude. Objection. Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it.
Come on,
Are you aware
asshole.
of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Yannetti is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data. Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to
what people said, I don't know.
The trooper's testimony, you know, I can't say with specificity.
Well, it's coming out very honest, at least.
Location data, though.
There's no question.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm having a moment, Charlie.
Sure.
We said 4 days, Your Honor, but we can't account for lolly time. We need lolly time for lollygagging. Gotta account for the lollygagging.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, oh, I'm going to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Celebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? It should then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. It's yes. The cell.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay. All right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson SQLite or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tabs DB associated with the wall file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the wall file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a wall file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the wall file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Men exhibit that we did. There was Ozone Basketball, I believe. There were Hockermont, Smith. And I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning. It's not at the end. And I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whippen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir. What
Very
I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
What in the name? Did you just speak English?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this. So
break down your question, sir.
If I'm understanding correctly, when the wall file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record?
Try to make his question make sense.
I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just a little lost on how you're asking it.
Understand the question?
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
To a certain extent,
Why don't you move on, Mr.
question doesn't make sense.
But is it possible that the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it, that it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening, that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for...
So he keeps saying in regards to this particular iOS, because if you remember, Whiffen could not get quite as early as, don't hold me to it, 15.2. I think he got to 15.5 or 15.6. I can't remember which. So he keeps saying to this particular, and I don't remember about Hyde either, if she was able to go back to that particular iOS. But that's why he keeps making very, very strong points that it's for this particular one.
For House Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab.
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that you assert took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string, as far as the smotot.apple.com included, is it, you recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food. So I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the how long to code was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing now. The time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also notice the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
that's entirely different.
One person,
David, correct?
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic
So
one.
sometimes
And
you're
if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
Take him to jail.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you
He is
filed,
delightful.
because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further
Okay.
testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die, and the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that
The
correct?
question is, why wouldn't
Yes,
that
sir.
have happened at 2:27 as well?
Now, is it possible that
Fair
the how
point.
long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
That's what I'm just told you. Wally, update your question.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 6:23 and 6:24 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data, steps doesn't necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps, correct?
Again, the research that's done for this is steps tend to be a very accurate artifact.
Of steps.
So steps could not also be coincided with, say, movement in a car or other sort of movement of the phone as far as the health data is concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only with that iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That's
my testimony. Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Well, true GPS, okay, is going to take it from the GPS network. What you may be thinking of is assisted GPS, which the iPhone uses, and that assisted GPS will try to, it kind of does a crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers, what's in range as far as like Wi-Fi's and a number of other devices, try to get you an enhanced GPS location and give you the best data possible.
So it takes GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device, takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources, like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
No, he already said 12:30.
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 12:21 to 12:24 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
Could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
But you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. Which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
What you're saying makes no sense, Lally.
Okay.
He's literally comparing apples to oranges. I think.
This is all way over my head. I have no idea what they're fucking talking about.
Testimony that's now, to be clear, sir, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that the elevation change from 12:21 to 12:24, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range. Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I'm trying to, there was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right. Yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time was accurate. And when you apply that to the location offset, then the Apple Health data and the GPS all aligns. Now, I have not decoded Waze and found out what functions they were calling and all that. And I don't mean to indicate that I have, but I mean that the latest version of Axiom is bringing that up as an artifact and a timestamp related to Waze. And in the case of here, where minutes are important, I thought it, proper that I bring this to the attention of the case as a possible explanation.
As a possible explanation?
As a possible explanation, sir, yes.
The three different clocks that you were talking about, are you aware that those are actually associated to power usage and not applications?
Right, that power usage was directly related to the Waze application.
So it's your testimony that those three clocks apply to the times in Waze? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that the
not getting
timestamps were directly related to Waze. It was reported by Axiom when you applied the filter and say, show me all the artifacts related to Waze. These were artifacts that came up related to the Waze bundle. So I guess you need to give it the weight it deserves. Like I said, I've not decoded Waze. That's not something that has been done, but I think we need to consider the 3-minute offset as it applies to giving significance to the Apple Health data and the Waze GPS.
Now, turning to Ms. McCabe's phone again, as far as the search, what you indicated as last view time, are you aware that that is actually related to a time that it was actually focused on the screen as opposed to your interpretation of it?
I'm aware that from that it appears to be the last time and date it was focused, and when it was no longer was focused, that's when the timestamp was written. That's what's consistent with the other data on this particular phone on this very specific iOS.
Very specific.
With regard to looking at this search, you mentioned that you used something called the ArtX tool. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that's a tool that was actually created by Mr. Ian Whiffen?
Absolutely.
And with regards to...
That's what I was asking earlier. I'm like, wasn't that Whiffen's?
With regard to this specific issue, as far as how this data is being interpreted from the browser, StateDB versus the knowledge C database and the wall file and all of those, the P list and all of those other kinds of things, as far as the misinterpretation of the data has then caused Mr. Whiffen in further versions of Cellbrite to revise that so that this kind of error can occur.
Sure, happy to answer that. So Mr. Whiffen's testing was not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that he is, he would need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have two versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on a where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current physical analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that, and I see how those programs are working now.
So my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data as you've done in this case?
One of the software, but not the other.
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
Jesus.
Nothing further.
Wow.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Molly.
Let this man go home.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh my gosh.
He's got movies to review. Let him go home. Who's next?
The sweetest guy ever.
All right, George, that's it for today.
Oh!
All right, so juries, we are going to send you home for the weekend. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case.
Oh, Lord.
Regard it, we are
Lordy,
on
lordy.
track. We will get this case next week for your deliberation. See you on
Court, all rise for the jury.
Jay, what time are we on Central Time tonight?
7, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Right? You're behind. You're an hour. Right now, it is 2:20 there.
Yeah.
If you got something, we will be okay.
No. I'm just conceptualizing when to come feed the dogs. And I think I'm gonna have Cameron do the last one. So shall be good. That's right. I told Brian I was gonna come back here and do our live from here. Then I was gonna go home. So I will stick with that plan.
So overall, what did you think about today, Allie?
I mean, it's like really ridiculous. It's just so crazy. It's so crazy. And Lolly's cross-examination of Green was so inane. I mean, the guy doesn't know how to do like a very compelling cross-examination. Like the judge is like, well, why don't you ask the question in a way that forces a yes or no answer? And then the only time he tried to do that was on a question that literally made no sense, where it like the witness couldn't fairly even answer yes or no. And this is my son. So give me a second here.
All right. Well, while Allie does that, if you guys missed it, if you're coming in late tonight, Allie will be joining me, Katie Bogenschutz, and Afi Patterson. I promise you, if you haven't seen them, they're the 3 of the most badass attorneys you're gonna see. We're gonna be talking about Young Thug. You guys already know Allie is awesome, but Afi's amazing. Katie Bogenschutz is amazing. I've had them both on tonight at 8 Eastern. I'm gonna be on the Shaming and Jay, which is my channel. Would love for you to join us. Talk about if you think there's shenanigans going on. If you think there's shenanigans going on with the state's case, in this case, just wait to see what happened there. That's going to be at 8 Eastern. So we hope you can join us.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited.
You've been looking into that, and it's just, if you missed
Not
it,
as much as there's so much more that I still could. It's crazy.
yeah, they're like Young Thug's attorney got sent to jail in court. The witness that started the whole thing got sent to jail over the weekend. Every attorney and their mother is making a motion to recuse the judge. It's like day 95. It's what Shannon would call banana sandwiches. So that's tonight at 8 Eastern.
Did we answer all the super stickers?
Let's take a look. Let's take a look if we have anything we missed. I'm not sure where Bob left off on these.
My son just called to say, I just want to make sure you guys want to order all this garb, because we all ordered like stuff from the firehouse with his name and his badge. And he's like, it's all coming to like $365. Are you sure you want it all? And I was like, just get it, because we want it. So I got to send him $365.
Mandy says they've been highlighting. Thank you, Mandy, for letting me know that. Does anyone did we get to everything? Did we miss anything that you guys have a question for Allie that you can ask her for you? And yes, Publicly Buzzed tonight after us is Friday at 9. So make sure you subscribe to Publicly Buzzed if you're not already. And then Monday we'll be back on my channel to continue this case. If you missed it, this case will be to the jury next week, folks, which is kind of hard to think about, hard to imagine after day 29. We got a few more days. This case is going to the jury. It's and I've been saying this since the beginning, folks, and I'll continue to say it. There, in addition to the fact I think it's over, who do you think is gonna present a better closing argument to this jury? I mean, remember Lally's opening? Do you think he could anyhow connect any of these dots in the closing? I find that.
I mean, is it possible he's going to let somebody else do it?
Yeah.
His his co-counsel?
I don't.
No, I don't think so.
I just don't see it. It's gonna be and then it's gonna be Jackson. I assume it's gonna be Jackson doing the closing, but I can't say for sure.
One thing I thought was funny from the officer's testimony from yesterday, which I was still trying to listen to. I was driving out to my son's today, and he asked on cross. Oh, he was talking about the scene, how your report says the phone was taken by Proctor from the scene. And he was like, well, was there another crime scene? I was like, well, I didn't say crime scene. I said the scene. He's like, well, the scene of the crime. And then he started talking about where it really came from was Canton PD. So he was like, so are you saying Canton PD was not the scene of the crime, correct? He's like, I don't know. So I was like, is this, he doesn't want to commit perjury because Canton PD may have been the scene of some kind of crime. I was laughing to myself, like when he said that, because he was like, I don't know if Canton PD is the scene.
Yeah, that was a weird moment. That was something. So I think we got everything. Thank you guys. Another week down. Your support has been amazing. Thank you, mods. Your support is always, well, what you guys do is amazing. Today got a little crazy. I saw when we had Joe on, but you guys were the mods. Just you probably didn't even see some of the shenanigans that were going on. We even had some that looked like some bot trolls, which I haven't seen in a long time. Just popping up, and then the mods were like
bot troll. What is
so
this?
it's like I've only seen this a couple times where I've been streaming, and they're almost the same name. And they come up, they just keep coming up with they were saying inappropriate things about the guest, you, Bob, and like you delete one and hide one, and another one comes up, and it's the same name and profile picture, or a little different. It's like a targeted thing. I've seen it a few times.
Oh, where somebody's programming bots specifically to come into our chat.
Yeah, unless I don't know how it works, but it happened one time when I was on Publicly Buzzed. I don't all of a sudden it's just bam, 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 and they keep saying the same thing, and it's like a different. I've seen it a few times, but yeah. So
crazy.
So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much, and hopefully we see you tonight at 8 Eastern. Ali joins me and Katie and Afi, and we kind of break down what's been going on with Little Woody, Brian Steele, and Young Thug. Thank you all so much for your support, and we will hopefully catch you tonight. If not, have a great weekend, and we'll catch you on Monday. Goodbye.
Bye, guys. Bye, Jay. See you tonight.
Night, 8, 7 your time.
7. All right. Bye.